confused. That's me, dazed and confused. Jake Hells, picture L filming. That's true. I forgot he had to actually film. Thank you for the super chat. And Big Girl for Life. I'm going to need Julie to hurry up and get monetized. Jay Snit, welcome to Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Jake Hells, was that a pasta strainer on her head? Was it? If it was, I did not notice. You got 2 new ones, Cram It? Sweet. Cindy Johnson, his hair, dude. I can't with it. Hey SS. Isn't she funny, Bobby? Oh, hey Alabama. I don't have StreamYards set up tonight. If I open it, it will lag me the frick down. Or I would have you come up. You know what? We'll have to plan it because then I can go live on the other, on my studio thing where I can give a link. I just typically don't. I don't typically have anybody who wants to come up and talk to me. But I love you, Alabama. Is it the Scottish girl and Ride My Diesel Stick? Because I have red lines here. Okay, here we go. Here's the first one by Cram It. Oh my God. You're kidding me.
There's something about the way you shake them wrinkled thighs. Silver hair blowing got me hypnotized. Them bifocals gleaming, I can't look away. You whisper, come closer, and I'm here to stay. She bouncing on my diesel stick, I love the way she rides. Dance her grip so tight, I feel it deep inside. I kiss her neck, she gums me nice and slow. Call her mama while I holler, watch that walker go. Oh baby, you're my senior queen. That granny grip got me leaning. You ain't no fling, you my routine.
Thank you,
in the house
Brianna.
cold, you still look mean. She bouncing on my diesel stick, I love the way she rides. I can hardly breathe when her bunions rub me right. Kiss her wrinkled neck, she got me on my tip. Call her mama while I holler, man, that granny's so damn thick. Sipping shore like it's champagne.
I will, Sony.
Rocking that porch swing, moaning my name. Them orthopedic knees still drop it low. Girl, you 80, but you still a show. You got that retirement home booty, mobility scooter riding to me. Them bingo wings got me in. To me, them bingo wings got me.
That face. Cram It, you killed it with this one. Hey Prepper, it smells like regret and unicorn piss in here. We'll stick around, Prepper. We got the cleaning crew working on it.
In a trance, girl, drop that robe. Let me see them depends, girl. You save me, baby, you're my everything. Now take them off, let's do the damn thing. Ain't no time to waste that prune juice here. Let's go, granny, bring that grip.
Oh my God, Kramer. You, just when I think you can't outdo yourself, you do. Like, they're all so good. Okay, let's play the newest one. Oh my gosh, Craig is in a freaking kilt. This one's called He's in Love with a Scottish Girl. Dylan Diesel.
He tick-tocked all night till the sun came up. One for his ego, another for fucks. Didn't know he fell in love with a Scottish girl. Hair full of drama and shade in her eyes. She's from the UK, but he swears it's Sky. Didn't know she don't reply. He's in love with a Scottish girl. He's in love with a Scottish girl. was like, what's up, babe? She left him on read and then dragged his name. Posted receipt, said this dude's insane. Oh, dog.
I love this. I love this song. Why does the AI Craig look so on point? And poor Petty. Oh my God. I know her face. It's so funny.
And this TikTok's wild. Brittany J screaming, boy, you're a fool. You're chasing my hater that breaks every rule. But Dylan is blinded
She's
by
so
fake
pretty.
island views. Oh, darling, this TikTok's wild. He TikToked all night till the sun came up. One for the drama, another for luck. Didn't know he fell in love with a Scottish girl. Hair full of drama and shade in her eye. She's from the UK, but he swears it's Sky. Didn't know she don't reply. He's in love with a Scottish girl. La-dee-dee-dee-dee-la-dee-da.
His face. Hold on. Look at his face.
She's from the UK, but he swears it's Sky. Didn't know she don't
He's so into it.
reply. He's in love with a Scottish girl. La-dee-dee-dee-dee-la-dee-da, la-dee-dee-dee-dee, la-dee-dee-dee-dee, la-dee-da, la-dee-dee-dee-dee, la-dee-dee-dee-dee-la-dee-da. He's in love with a Scottish girl. La-dee-dee-dee-dee, la-dee-da.
This reminded me of Nonsense's little cows. But then I realized it's Beach. Look at the freaking neck hair. Oh my God, she's got like fuzz. Oh my God. Cram it, you're nuts. You are not. We've got a Hugh Hefner robe. We've got Beach as a cow. We've got horses in the background. And then like the Berlin Wall in like Scotland. The dog.
He's in love with a Scottish girl.
The frog. There's a lot going on.
Oh, she drags his thirsty ass every night. Screenshots dropping on every live. There's a whisper in the chat. There's an echo on the stream. Petty don't want him. She thinks he's a creep. He TikToked all night till the sun came up. One for his ego, another for fucks. Didn't know he fell in love with a Scottish girl. With a Scottish girl. Hair full of drama and shade in her eye. She's from the UK, but he swears it's Sky. Didn't know she don't reply. He's in love with a Scottish girl.
This AI cracks me up.
He's in love with a Scottish girl. He's in love with a Scottish girl.
That is so good. Cram it. Look at this. He's barefoot in the kilt. Oh my God. You cram it. What am I gonna do with you? Brianna, thank you so much. Julie is funny as hell. Her mind seems like a fascinating place. I agree. Could you imagine her in the classroom? She would have been a great teacher like to have. Excuse me. Casual art. Craig should take the lead with the hair in this. I agree. Thank you, casual art. Tonight he'll be on stream saying he wants a kilt. You bet he will. And he's going to want a real wool one from Scotland. Maybe that's what he wanted to ask Petty to do, was send him an actual kilt. Oh my goodness. Is Petty in here? Oh, Skolnick's here. Oh my God. Skolnick. She said Al opened the Amazon box with the cats and almost sent them back because he thought Spencer had ordered them. Now, Julie, did you just give Al his lines and tell him just to say it in his best Southern accent? Or did he see the final result? Thank you for your super chat. I was a great teacher. I'm sure you were. I would have loved for you to be my teacher. Really, Face? You should tell Beach. Oh my God, he thought Spencer ordered it. It was so funny. Cram it and Julie, between Julie, Cram It, and the Crama Reels, what are we going to do? Because we got endless parodies with Julie. We've got endless songs with Cram It, along with funny videos. I gave him the lines, but had to coach him with the accent. He is so funny. But did he see the end? And then we got Crama Reels pulling the midnight oil just to get Beach's videos. So speaking of Beach, that'd be a good question. Sony wants to know, Julie, what did you search on Amazon for those cats? We really are entertaining, aren't we, Bex? But speaking of the Crama Reels and their late night escapades, they saved this, and this is BJ Goes Seepy House. And I haven't seen this yet. I should host a challenge. That would be fun. You just never know. You got to know the people. SS. If anyone will help me figure out how to animate, I am going to make a short show named Krug Report, My Name Krug, or Krug Do Stuff. I am not the one to ask, but maybe someone in the chat is, because I have no idea how to animate. I tried one. Remember that one I did with how I pictured, not reality, mischief to look a long time ago? I want to see the Krug Report, though. I like that name. I saw that she was nodding. I watched Clue. I had it on my TV. Face says use Filmora. Filmora. Krug Do Stuff. I like Krug Do Stuff too. The Krug Report. The Watchman's Post. The Krug Report was the original idea. He can give his take with live on the scene reporting for the important issues. Yeah, for like important things, you could make it the Krug Report live. And then you could make it like Craig Do's Stuff. That's when you like do stuff. You could make it an all-in-one. You could just call the channel Krug and do the Krug Report live. And then you could do Krug Do Stuff. And then you could do like Krug, whatever the other thing was. Krug on the scene. All right, let's get into the Crama Reels video. Here we go.
Hold on. Across this guy is because everyone else essentially was.
So this guy is telling us about what they saw yesterday.
Titties on the ground.
Justin.
Sherry to the office, please. You're being paid.
No,
Sherry to the office, please.
And the thing
Wait.
that, I mean, we all.
Wait, hold on. Have I seen sailor shorts with me as a superhero? No. I have a really hard time finding things on YouTube. If anybody has anything, like, email me the link. Julie, if you can email me the link, I'd love to see it. If you want to email it to me. Nope. Where'd you come from, Cluminati? Boobs on the ground is her thing, she says.
Shake those bushes.
Oh, please do, Julie. Thank you, Whitebird. The Krug Variety Hour. There you go. Dragon Nips, the Christian Krug episode. Yeah, the video is a little bit blurry. Beach life, because it's like a different rendition. It's been cropped and blown up and cropped. Damn it, I can't talk tonight. All right. There's Beach in all her glory.
Noticed that he side-eyed us, and my sister turned around and looked at me, and I was already making a face and turning around to look at him, you know, just kind of naturally, like, what was that?
Yeah.
You know, reaction. Like, that was odd.
So they felt it was odd since the beginning. Like,
I mean,
when
Justin puts
they
me
looked.
to sleep too, so
Peanuts,
I can't really say
I
much.
think it's supposedly. Hi, Irony. Good to see you, babe. Tar.
Get in the ice pack. Oh, what's
It
going
felt
on with
odd.
Izzy?
And they say that.
Look at her.
You know, he's looking weird.
Dude, her
Looked
bra.
like, did he slow down when he got near you, or
You could see her damn bra. Okay, can we just say that you could see the bra? You could see that what was in the bra was like jello. And you know what I'm saying? Like, just no, it wasn't a good look. There's ways that you can push them babies up without letting them fall down when you lean over. Like, they don't have to be down like little torpedoes when you lean over if you get the right bra. Just a little word of advice, I guess. I'm not the help channel, but I'm trying to help you out because there are ways to do it. Oh my God. Nonsense. Nonsense. She says cleavage should not be a group of valleys. She needs to learn how to lift those yiddies. Valleys.
was he still kind of, you know, just
Torpedoes.
giving you a look as he seemingly, would you say it felt like he was on a mission, like he
I like this guy.
had a place he was going to?
Yes, kind of. It was. He definitely looked us up and down. You know,
Okay.
like he gave us a good side eye. He
Yeah.
looked at all of us.
I mean, when you start to pity her, Pretty Hate Machine, think about all the bullshit she's done. Think about her pairing up with Nick the Hat. And I think that your pity will go away.
So
Cash,
this
Tasha.
guy's okay. This guy.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with having torpedoes, but there's ways to prop the torpedoes up. I mean, shit happens. Gravity happens, age happens, genetics happen, but there's ways to stuff them in and make them not look like little torpedoes. That's all. Baseballs and tube socks. Right.
This guy sees other people,
Yeah, I guess you're right. Pity is the worst. Pity is pathetic. You're right.
and he says nothing.
They're totally tubular. Didn't she say totally tubular was a hippie term? Your boobs are totally tubular.
else to anyone else. He's just kind of standing there looking sus.
Oh,
Do
cram
y'all
it.
believe this?
Cram it. Can we get one with tubular boobs? Do you think AI will make tubular boobies? I wonder what that would look like. They'd probably look like paper towel tubes or some shit. I emailed you the short from Sailor with you, Clue, and Queen Bee. Okay. Thanks, Julie. You don't even need Victoria's Secret either. I mean, you can get a good bra on Amazon, and we know she's on that. Like, totally tubular.
Or do y'all think this is somebody that's just wanting to get attention? I don't understand. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Why would he just kind of like... Thank you, Carolina Moon. Hey, must have got lost. I love horses too. Luminous, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for gifting a membership.
Wow. I know. I
Hold
need to
on.
get rid of the clock. It's tripping me out too.
Sounds like typical tweaker behavior, Britt. I think the guy is telling the truth. Do you? Maybe so. Let's listen.
I mean, I know. I mean, I know his eyes were blue, or kind of right, kind of blue, sea green tint.
Blue or green eyes. This guy's opinion. Our hood last night sounds like, ooh, goodness, Lisa. Be careful, honey.
Look at this.
If Ford, the oval would be blue.
I guess it was 5 in the morning, but damn.
He had stubble on his face, short brown blonde stubble, short blonde hair, maybe like 2 inches long or so.
And guys, listen. If you see someone dressed out of season,
right,
and they're actively got a
Isn't
cap
it weird?
On,
we're like seeing what we used to just hear. Beach, this is not normal, as you call it. It's not normal to stay online till 5:30. If you're sleepy, go to bed. But this is what we're seeing when she would do this behind the freaking mic and literally pop herself. Wait, look at her. She's like a Jack in the Box. Dude, watching her live is like when you're turning that handle on the Jack in the Box, and you're like scared, and then it like, and then all of a sudden Brittany fucking pops up. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's fucking wild, man. Here we go. Let's turn on the Jack in the Box. We need to get that music. What's that? Isn't that what it is?
And guys, listen.
Pop goes the weasel.
If you see someone dressed out of season,
right,
and they're actively got a cap.
No, I can't make it any better. It's blurry like that.
On, and glasses, and they're dressed not right for the occasion.
Come on.
Get away from them.
Yeah.
Get away from them.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. If I see a guy with fingerless gloves.
Ugh.
A hat. Long sleeves. Pants at a park. In 100-degree weather. Long sleeve shirt. Long pants. Long sleeve shirt. Fingerless gloves. In 100-degree weather, it's time for me to freaking take off running. You could not pay me. No way in hell. Not to mention, right, the fingerless gloves, John? Like most people, come on.
Lovey, she always does that.
You know when some people are
Thanks,
just
Gigi.
really good people, the bad can't stand. Thank you for your support.
Right, Jody. That's what's concerning, right? Look at that. She almost hit the mic. Watch. Watch. Oh. Who does this?
Let me see. You know when some people are just really good people, the bad can't stand those people and get angry. Oh.
She comes to and says, let's see. No, I mean, there's how many of you here? Let me see. How many cooters are here tonight? 1.1K. Let's do a poll. Do you think that the falling asleep is normal? Is it a normal fall asleep, I guess? Because she just says, oh, I'm just really tired, you know? I'm just really tired. Is this a normal fall asleep? We're going to do a poll. Brittany, I hope you're paying attention because this is not normal. I don't know what in the hell is wrong with you, but this is not normal by any stretch.
Let me see.
Well, normal for her, right? But
You know, when some people are just really good people, the bad can't stand those people and get angry. Oh yeah. We see that. I would argue we see that every day on here, Sam.
what?
Don't that describe some of the people on here?
Aren't you doing true
You know, when
crime?
some people are just really good people, bad people can't stand.
Dude, she's covering a true crime. And she's like, has no idea what Justin was even saying because she was falling asleep. So now she's bringing drama into it. So I think I just figured out why she can't do true crime is because she doesn't listen, because she's nodding off. Right, Hillbilly Belinda. I'm with you. I agree. Something ain't right. But she says, "Oh, I'm just tired." Like, I get tired and I'm like, "Oh, fuck, I can't keep my eyes open. I better log off." You know, like, my eyes are getting heavy or whatever. You know. And she hates doing true crime. So when she comes to, she starts bitching about, you know, something about us. No, she's playing Justin's video.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Thank you, Tanya T, for 3 months. You think that's what it is? That's what a lot of people were saying in clues, too. I don't have any experience with that, but it's whatever it is not what she's calling normal. All the times she denied nodding and blaming her kids. Right, Snazzy? It's bullshit. Gaslighting the hell out of everybody. And 92% of you say, no, it's not a normal fall asleep. The numbers don't lie. And she sits there and gaslights us.
And those people, and they get angry at Joy. That, I mean, is that not what they do to us? The person calling in to a YouTube channel saying that they can't get a hold of the sheriff department to tell them what they've seen, I'd be calling back and not.
She just agrees. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what she does. See? She does not listen. She does not care. She reads the comment and she goes affirmative. Or if someone says something that's sad, she reads the comment and she says, "Oh, that's heartbreaking." This girl, stop it.
Well, that's true too. John Denver makes a good point. And and now that you mention it, I do got to mention John Denver.
What's she doing down there? Is she itching? She's itching. Look.
Well, that's true too. John Denver makes a good point. And and now that you mention it, I do got to mention this too. My dad worked outside in the heat when I was growing up. And a lot of them, and my dad included, like, they would wear long sleeves to keep themselves
Melissa B's
cooler.
comment got deleted.
Believe it or not.
Or I mean, it's okay, Melissa. Thank you, Shelby Lynn.
I don't know.
Sorry, Shelby Lynn.
That is true, John.
Shelby
Denver.
Lynn's having bad luck today. Melissa B just accidentally deleted your super chat. Shelby Lynn, I know you accidentally got hidden earlier. Sorry, Shelby Lynn. Hey, at least you didn't get blocked this time. Thank you, Shelby.
My dad used to say that all the time. If they wear long sleeves, it would keep them cooler.
Good Lord.
Add on to that, but I mean, it was the look. It was the look on his face. It was the way he was walking. And then when I turned around to look at him, I noticed that he had a backpack that. Yeah, I've been sports all my life, all different types. This was not a backpack or like a sports bag that I would have recognized the particular type of sport. You know, it was overly large as well for what you would carry while you're camping or hiking for that matter.
Look at her.
It wasn't right. It was kind of black mesh with it.
I don't know if he had
Shelby.
Sunglasses on then? That's a good question, though.
It was kind of half mesh, half vinyl plastic material.
I think when he was coming out, I think he was coming out of the place.
And I just never really seen one like that.
What is
and
happening
that caught
right
my
now?
eye for sure. And I just think that was.
Is she falling asleep?
Shake those bushes. Shake those bushes. Shake, 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 shake. Shake those bushes.
Wow.
Shake those bushes.
I don't know if she's itching or sleeping. Candace Hardwick, thank you for the super chat. In all fairness, my mom and brother fell asleep just like this. Brother was diagnosed narcoleptic. Mom never tested, but still. Hashtag FUBJ. I have heard of that. Actually, my sister dated a guy that would happen. He had, I guess, narcolepsy. Is that what it's called? And he actually fell asleep driving. That's how bad it was. Scary. That hold on. Thank you for your super chat. BJ is like a fighter pilot passing out from G forces. Thank you for your super chat. Aw, Melissa B says for Shelby Lynn's pain and suffering.
Shake, shake, shake those bushes.
Thanks, Melissa. No worries.
How did he describe that backpack?
Right, kind of blue, sea green tint.
Mm-hmm.
Blonde stubble, short blonde hair, maybe like 2 inches.
No,
long
I
or
guess
so.
she is like
Thank you for your
itching.
Had a hat on and that. But I mean, it was the look. It was the look on his face. It was the way he was walking. And then when I turned around and looked at him, I noticed that he had a backpack that. Yeah, I've been sports all my life, all different types. This was not a backpack or like a sports bag that I would have recognized as the particular type of sport. You know, it was overly large as well for what you would carry while you're camping.
Whoa.
Mhm.
or hiking for that matter. It just didn't. It wasn't right. It was kind of black mesh
Mhm.
with. It was kind of half mesh, half vinyl plastic material.
Well, this is a compilation of the knotting, but she's wearing the same tank top from last night. This is last night, for sure. I think this is all last night. This is all last night. There's 45 minutes of nodding on and off. Wow.
Huh.
And I just never really seen one like that, and that caught my eye for sure. And
Mesh?
I just think that was kind of one thing that I noticed and made me kind of turn around and look at him like, what is he doing? And my sister is a little bit more, I don't know, emotionally intuitive than I. And she was like,
whoa, the squeak from her mic woke her up, y'all. What is she doing? Listen.
Kind of one thing that I noticed and made me kind of turn around and look at him like, what is he doing? And my sister is a little bit more, I don't know, emotionally intuitive than I. And she was like,
Sorry,
I
guys.
did not like his energy or anything like that. And that was weird. You know, she immediately or anything, I don't know, emotionally intuitive than I. And she was like, I did not like his energy or anything like that.
I don't know. I'm not saying that I don't believe him, but I will tell you that I'm suspicious that he's calling and not calling the police.
Mm.
Dude, you should be on the phone with the cops, not YouTube.
Nick, I don't
Come
know.
on,
It's just
that
how it
sucks.
is. Hey, Earth. Hi, Kay Miller. Hi, Ange. Half Sawa. Well, I think Craig went to bed like 2 hours before this.
That was weird. You know, she immediately turned around to,
I don't know.
to tell me what was, try to talk to me about what was that. So
You had mentioned the facial features. You said some
Crime
stubble. Did
reels.
you say blonde hair or brown hair?
Oh, here we go again.
It was like dirty blonde.
Dirty
like
blonde.
kind of in between,
Was
right?
he-
That dark blonde, light brown.
Was he wearing a
type-
hat at the
type
time?
hair. He was wearing a hat. I would say that it was a dark hat, probably baseball cap style.
Mhm.
I
think
agree,
recall
Gigi.
seeing one of those. It was like a leather patch on the front of it. I think it was something along those lines. I could see it was like a patch or something like that on the very front of the cap.
How tall would you say the man was?
Lindsay.
He was around my height, maybe a little shorter, so I would go 6 foot to 5'10".
She's out.
Somewhere in that range, most likely.
Like, what kind of build are we talking about on this guy?
He a little stocky.
Okay.
Not super thin, but definitely not fat.
Okay.
So
Kind of just average.
A good stocky
Wait,
build.
what just happened?
Yeah,
Like, what kind of build are we talking about on this guy?
he a little stocky.
Okay.
Not super thin, but definitely not fat.
Okay.
So
Kind of just average.
A good stocky build.
Okay.
Yeah. I would consider
Just
myself
made her
a
open
quite
her
thin,
eyes,
tall
man.
guy, and he was much wider than me. Right?
Did you know? Did
What is happening? We're paused.
did he have anything? Like, did you notice a knife on his
Whoa.
body or anything? I wonder if that.
Shake those bushes. Shake those bushes.
Thank you guys for the super chats. I'll read them in a minute. When I'm going to stop and read them all at once.
We're talking stocky,
That guy
5'10" to 6 foot, possibly.
The guy in the, I'm not saying that he's not, I don't know, but I can certainly tell you that guy in that sketch, he looked like he was skinny. That didn't look like a stocky person.
Why is she bobbing all around? Joanne, it was the 21st.
He was skinny. That didn't look like a stocky person.
Hey, Robot.
Possibly blue to greenish eyes, sandy blonde hair.
Shit. And she tells us to get our own content and not review her as she sits there and plays Justin.
That was in the pack. What did you see? Did you see anything physically on him other than what he was wearing?
I did not see anything in his hands.
Mhm.
It looked like he was kind of grabbing the, like how
my
you hold on to
God.
a backpack when you're walking. He was
Mhm.
holding the sides, the straps,
Okay.
as he was walking by us. I did
Hey,
not see anything
Cheesy.
if he had anything in his hands or not. But I tell you, it looked like he had something in his backpack. I mean, you could
Yeah.
tell that there was weight in the bottom of
Sure.
the bag. It was just, it looked like it had weight in it. And
How-
I turned around.
Hey, AK.
So it looked like it had weight.
Hey,
That's
Mel.
what I was wondering, Danny girl. I'm wondering because if he stabs someone, there's going to be blood.
I'm glad
you're not
this
gonna-
isn't live. You know what I mean?
Unless
Listen, I don't come telling me to go to bed. I'm going to bed in a minute. I wanted to let this finish playing. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Mm.
Go away, y'all. Y'all are the worst fucking people ever. It's
Damn. Defensive much?
5:00 in the morning. I'm letting something finish. I'm sleepy. Get over yourselves. Stupid asses.
he washed off
God.
next to a stream, unless he changed,
I'm so
Um,
tired of these trolls.
or unless
Yeah, I'm sleepy. Ask yourselves why the fuck you're awake watching me. What, like, do you ever not watch me? Crime reels? stupid ass, obsessed bitch.
Oh, she told you.
You too, Cheese. You stupid bitch.
Oh,
All of you. Like, go the fuck away already. Go away.
God, you're such a crabby bitch.
Damn, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sleepy. I'm falling asleep. Get over yourself. What's your point? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, but I'm tired of these people. I am so tired of them. They do not know when enough is enough already.
Neither do you, apparently. Neither the fuck do you.
I didn't even get to hear it, Sam, because these stupid people.
Oh, it's our fault you couldn't hear, huh? These stupid people. That's why you couldn't hear it, huh?
Go watch your freaking psycho obsessed friends. Go mock DV some more. It's more than enough, Luminous. It's more than enough. I'm not kidding. If YouTube knew what these people were doing,
Oh my God, here we go again.
This shit's criminal at this point.
Criminal.
I cannot wait.
It's
I cannot
criminal.
wait till shit starts falling into place.
Oh, it's criminal to tell that someone is sleeping. I can't wait for shit to fall into place. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Make it fall. What you waiting for?
They'd all be gone. This shit's criminal at this point. I cannot wait. I cannot wait till shit starts falling into place.
He's wearing all dark clothes.
Yeah, falling into place like her eyelids.
To look at him.
How busy were the trails yesterday? I mean, just for perspective here for folks, today we're at 105 degrees with the humidity. So yesterday was very similar. It's a very, very hot day out there. Was there a lot of people on the trail?
There was. I mean, we were passing people every 5 to 10 minutes, easily. Passing someone passing us going the other direction. We were, again, you can go either way on the trail. So we were passing people. People are coming against the grain. Lots of families. That's the predominant thing, right? Is a bunch of parents, lots of kids, lots of couples. Obviously, the four of us.
Yeah.
Are a couple, lots of dogs as well. I mean, a lot of dogs out on the trails in general.
Which makes us very odd for this to take
it being hot.
For this to take place in the middle of a Saturday in a very busy trail on a very busy day. That's what makes it all the more odd. It seems that this would happen in a place like this. The odds of getting caught are fairly high. Obviously, they now know some information about him.
I know.
Were you aware of anything?
Jay Clark. Yes.
Huh?
You are so, oh my goodness. You deserve comment of the night. You just nailed it. Pretty bad, I tell you. People trying to get you to go to bed so that they can go to bed and take a break.
Oh my
That's
God.
it.
Yeah.
That's it. And guess what?
That's
guess
it.
What? If I was to pop back up at 7 o'clock in the morning, guess who would be on here streaming? These people. You are so right, Jay. Oh my goodness, you got it. You called it.
That's not me, by the way.
Absolutely right. 20-hour stream. Yes, bing bong. 100%. Yep.
She said bing bong. Did you hear that?
You are so right, Jay. Oh my goodness, you got it. You called it. You are absolutely right. 20-hour stream. Yes, bing bong.
Oh, you don't listen to any of us, do you? Idiot. She's such an idiot.
Bing bong.
Oh, bing bong.
Right. 20-hour stream. Yes, bing bong. 100%. Yep. Hour stream. Yes, bing bong. 100.
She says it with such excitement, too. She goes, this is the Brittany J way. Bing bong. Bing bong. You people suck. Yes, this will be a sound clip.
20-hour stream. Yes, bing bong, 100%. Yep. Shake, 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 shake those bushes. Shake those bushes.
Bing bong. Oh, she turned off her camera. Oh,
So,
she back. All right, let me give some thank yous here. You guys are so generous tonight. Garden Glitter, member for 5 months. Hey, Jay, much love from your home state. I'm going to be up in my home state. Just booked my flight today. August 21st to the 26th. I will be in Michigan, in the Mitten. I can't wait to show you guys around my old stomping grounds. I'll stream, show you my old house that I lived in growing up and shit. It'll be fun. Law Nerd, thank you for the super chat. Jace, she's thinking deep thoughts. Is that what she calls it? Betsy, thank you for your super chat. I don't care if she is just super tired or if it's substance related. The story and the victim she's covering deserve respect, and this ain't it. I agree. Poor Shelby Lynn. Thank you for your super chat. What is y'all's end goal with blocking and hiding me? Julie, Nana's Dragonfly wouldn't have let this happen. Just saying. So true. Absolutely. Charming Jenna, thank you for being a cooter for 5 months. The Karama Reels. I sent her a super chat that said, girl, just go to bed, LOL. Oh, I bet that made her happy. Robat says it's impressive that she can be sleeping the next minute, commentating with energy the next. Well, it's like I said. She reads a comment and she kind of just goes off that, right? Just Me Sue, thank you for your super chat. What a good Christian, God-fearing woman. You said it. I didn't, Miss Sue. Miss Sue. We've got 90% of you think this is not normal to nod off or fall asleep, if you will. This is a 48-minute stream of nod off, nod on, the nodder.
Oh, that was so true.
And that was a miss while you were out there. Did you find this out after you'd already left?
No rest.
No, yeah, we didn't find out until this morning. Actually, we were going to eat breakfast, and my fiance was looking on Facebook, and we saw just a repost of a post that the sheriff's department had made, announcing that there was a double homicide at Devil's Den yesterday afternoon. We were like, what?
Yeah.
We left the park at 1:30, and it says that they were reported at 2:30.
Yeah.
I mean,
it would have happened probably around the time.
100%, Rhonda.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think too, what was so intriguing was as soon as we saw that post, I feel like I didn't notice the man as much. I had the dog strapped to me and was just trying to kind of focus on that. But all three of them said, "Do you remember that man?" And we had no idea the description of him yet. We had no idea what trail.
Look at that, Snoozy Poon. K Miller just created 20 more cooters. Keep your man away from Cooterville.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you so much, K Miller, and welcome new cooters to Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Congratulations, everyone.
It was even on, so I think as we uncovered
Cooter Clippers,
found out more.
Double Dutch
it's
bus.
Like, oh man, this is definitely the person that we interacted with, and this is definitely the time frame where we were walking right past him as he went up to this couple. I mean, we interacted with multiple families as we were walking these trails. We interacted with families that had GoPros, like on them, walking around, and so we all looked back at all of our photos, at all of our videos, to see if we could find anything.
So people's got their GoPros on and stuff. They should be able to find this guy.
And then you've got Sandwich in the chat, which I know you guys can't see, but Sandwich says 24-hour stream, Brit. Let's go.
Hey, Cooter
No
Clippers.
rest for the bitches.
I'm surprised we haven't got breaking news yet of them getting this guy. I'm surprised they haven't released anything
She's playing Justin Pearl's video
out. Or so this is interesting to me. If they have not released a picture,
Bing bong,
or a video of this individual, and there is GoPros or pictures of this person, they know who it is, in my opinion. They probably know who it is if they haven't released it to the public.
Probably.
Oh, thank you,
Probably.
Bubsy, for sending a cash app. Thank you, baby.
Probably. They probably know who it is, and they also probably know.
Thank you for your support.
What?
What?
Like, why? The fact that they're keeping it close to the vest, right?
huh? You don't
Thank
even
you
make
for your
sense.
support.
Does Ellie have their cell phones? That's a good question. Ginger Snap, that's a really good question.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Very good question.
It's very sweet.
Shout
and
out
love.
to Justin, by the way.
Surprised there hasn't been a
appreciate you,
presser.
Justin.
Yeah,
Shake those bushes. Shake those bushes.
it doesn't make sense.
I'm
What
sleepy,
the hell?
but I want to finish this.
Doesn't
because
make
it's
sense.
interesting.
That's okay,
Wait.
honey. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'm sleepy, but I want to finish this because it's interesting. Dude, we're only 20 minutes in. She goes 48 more, or I mean, up to 48 more minutes. So, like, I don't know what that is, like 35 more minutes. It's blurry because A, her camera always looks like it has Vaseline on it, and B, because it's been zoomed in and clipped from the chroma reels. Where is there a tsunami warning right now? Did something happen?
You.
But it's
I mean, I know there was the earthquake. I'm not saying did something happen, but Alaska, Hawaii. Oh, I knew there was an earthquake in Russia. Right, Melissa B? Yeah, that's a big earthquake. The entire West Coast is under a warning or a watch right now. Because I'm going to turn on some beach cams. The sirens are going off in Hawaii? Holy fuck. Hold on. Hold on a second. I was watching some of this. Oh, God. Here we go. That's an hour ago. Hold on a second. I was watching some live footage from Hawaii, but there really wasn't anything going on at the time. So there's nothing to really see right now, I take it.
Path. Motorists are advised to use extreme caution and follow all posted signs and instructions from military and emergency personnel.
Oh
the
my
pass
God.
will remain
Hold
open
on.
until the all clear is given by Emergency Management Authority. So Ben, Kole Kole Pass being opened and being used for what it's designed for in events of a disaster and an emergency situation, providing accessible relief for Leeward Coast residents.
Yeah, there's always been this concern as to what would happen in an emergency, a hurricane, a tsunami, an earthquake, for areas like, for example, hate to say it, but Lahaina, one way in and out. That's very accessible. Also, obviously, the Waianae Coast. There's like 16% of roadways around Hawaii which are just one way in and out of a
ahead. Like we were talking about in deep oceans, you can see how far the epicenter is from Hawaii itself. It travels pretty quickly because of the speed that it's.
In deep ocean, speeds can reach 500 plus miles an hour. Holy cow. I see you, Gia.
Going over open waters. In deep ocean, speeds can reach up.
I see you, Gia. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to ghost you. There's a lot of people here, hon. I do the best I can. And sometimes when I'm watching videos, I'm not always seeing everybody's chat. But I'm glad you're here. And thanks for letting me know.
To 500 miles per hour. That's comparable to a jet plane. So if you went recently flying to the mainland and you calculate how fast it gets from point A to point B, that's kind of the same idea behind these tsunami wave arrivals. So arrival times early evening for Alaska, anywhere from 4:46 to 5:46 p.m. Alaska time. As far as along the west coast, early to late evening from 11:35 to midnight Pacific time. We're expecting that. Here at home, like we've been talking about, arriving just after 7 o'clock, with Honlay seeing the first of the impacts. So we're expecting all of that energy to push our way. Once it reaches shallow waters, it slows down. There's a lot of friction there. We have, of course, the outer reefs that has to face, and that slows down to 30 miles per hour. And then it's very unpredictable what kind of energy we'll get when it comes to the strong currents. We'll have very strong rip currents, and that's why it's important not to be in the waters, even if it's not expected to be big waves. But initial heights may be falling between 0.1 to 0.3. This is all initial and preliminary, and then potentially they're saying now up to 1 to 2 meters coming our way, and that will be arriving probably after 8 o'clock. So a lot of elements, a lot of moving parts, and it's a very dynamic situation. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jen. Yes, very dynamic indeed.
All right, let's go to real time. That is
scary.
The
audio on your phone, heading out to the windward coast, heading out to the leeward coast. The opening of Kolekole Pass should alleviate that. There's traffic around town on the freeway as people are heading out to their evacuation sites or stocking up on supplies.
Also, we've been hearing from the Coast Guard about vessels at sea. Obviously, we are an island state and surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, and the tsunami will be coming in.
It says off
the
of
Coast
Russia.
Guard has been telling vessel owners to get their vessels out to sea and follow those procedures. We have some video of one of those boaters preparing at the Alawai Small Boat Harbor.
I'm just gonna get prepared in case I have to.
That is some scary stuff. What is this? This is KATU News. A live look from Hiro, Japan. Is it Hiro? Hiro? Did it pass Japan yet? Oh my gosh, I know, Duchess. I cannot even imagine. San Fran is expected to get hit at 12:40 a.m. Oh my goodness. So is it past Japan? Like, did the wave go past? See those ripples? It looks like they're going the wrong way, almost. That's weird looking. Thanks, Proud Fur Mom. I would appreciate if my listeners didn't announce other people have great coverage. Thanks. I can switch from A to B in a hot second. I wonder what else I can pull up. Let's go back here and see. What is this?
Blaring in Japan as well as Russia from Honolulu. We're talking about Alaska as well as the Hawaiian Islands, where there is this warning that has been put out, and these are visuals from the coastline of Japan. There you can see the kind of waves that are crashing. Well, this is the situation on the ground, all because of the earthquake that jolted Russia early this morning. 8.8 on the Richter scale is the magnitude of that earthquake that has sounded off
Thanks,
this
Jerry.
tsunami alert in adjoining areas. So the Japan Met Office has
Let me try to get a second window up.
About
Hold on.
30 meters, about 1 foot, reached
Thank you,
Nimuro
Dutchie.
on the eastern coast of Hokkaido. This is, the damage and
Thank you,
evacuations
Dutchie.
are being reported in the Russian regions nearest the quake's epicenter. But the first tsunami wave hit the coastal area.
I'm gonna try to
we're
find a
talking about the
Hawaii
main
or
settlement on the Russia's Kuril Islands in the Pacific. According to the
Sophia.
local governor, he said that the residents were safe and they're staying on high ground until the threat of a repeat wave was gone. The tsunami, warning center has said that the wave of 1 to 3 meters above tide levels was possible along some of the coastal areas, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's Chile, whether it's Japan, and other areas, adjoining areas as well. So we're talking about waves of more than 3 meters were possible along some coastal areas of Russia. Now, the Pacific Warning Center has also gone on to say, this is the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, that a tsunami has been generated by the quake that could cause damage along the coastline of all Hawaiian Islands. The tsunami watch was in effect alongside the US West Coast. So this is the kind of damage that we are expecting. Of course, authorities, those are drone visuals that you can see of people standing on higher ground, and they are in fact stranded there. As you can see, abandoning their vehicles, standing on higher ground, people rushing to the roofs of buildings in order to stay safe, and that is because of the warnings that have been put out by the authorities. These are, precautionary measures that are in place at the moment. From what we're hearing is that this could trigger off more tsunamis, and the first wave has already been reported to the tune of 1 foot, and this is people in Japan there, taking all kind of precautions. They're all, in fact, they've reached higher ground, and there you can see this particular building. We're getting
here. Listen to some beach waves. It'll calm everybody down.
Roof of that building in order to ensure that they are safe. That is the kind of warnings that are being put out. We're talking about the quake that struck 8:25 in the morning Japan time, and a preliminary magnitude of 8. Japan and US, the authorities are saying that they've updated that threat to 8.8 magnitude, and the quake that occurred at a depth of 20.7 kilometers, which is about 13 miles. The quake was about 119 kilometers. That's about 74 miles away from the Russian city. We're talking of Kamchatsky, which has a population of about 180,000. So from what we're hearing is that the people ran out of the streets without shoes or even wearing their clothes. Cabinets toppled inside homes, and mirrors were broken. Cars
Oh, that siren is so scary.
Shook noticeably. And from what we're hearing is their power outages, mobile phone services have been affected and disrupted there. From what we're hearing from local residents is that they're being evacuated, and emergency services are working at full capacity at the moment.
Okay, hold on. Let's pause that. This is Maui. Yeah, I don't like those sirens either. They're scary. But what we're going to do is we'll keep this up here. Okay. Because I do want to keep an eye on this. And I want to see what other kind of coverage there is. That lady's voice was too much. I was getting anxiety, man.
Prepared in case I have to.
See traffic.
Yeah, this is
at a standstill.
This is happening in parking structures all throughout the city right now and all throughout the state as everyone was leaving at the same time once the warnings came down. We are also receiving some new information on kind of the effects of this tsunami in other parts of the world. We had mentioned that a tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia, near the quake's epicenter.
Ooh.
Japan was also under tsunami warning, and Hokkaido is seeing the effects. Information is emerging from Hokkaido. The Japan Meteorological Agency said a tsunami measuring 1.3 feet was detected.
Hold on, let me mute
Hachi
that
on
water.
the southern coast of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the country's main island. So early readings are coming in.
Yeah, it's a foot, and 1.3 feet may not sound like much, but once again, we will still have to be on the lookout for strong currents because once again, this is not just the ocean surface; this is the entire water column that's being affected.
This is
So
crazy.
we're going to at least see currents. We also have traffic, not only in Ala Moana, but also Ko'olina. This is what we are seeing getting out of that area. Most of these people, hopefully, were folks who were on the beach, who were maybe in the lower townhouses. But once again, if you're in those taller buildings, out in Ko'olina or anywhere else, if you're in the hotel district, if you're in an office building, 4th floor or above, that's where you should go. You will be safe there no matter the size of the tsunami. So again, 4th floor and above, do what's called a vertical evacuation. You don't have to leave the area. Just go to a
4th floor
higher
and
floor,
above,
4th
and
floor
above.
and you will be safe.
We've seen traffic in Wiki Ki, Ala Moana, parts of urban Honolulu, out on the leeward coast at Ko'olina. We also have shots of the driving conditions along Oahu's windward coast right now. This is the Kaneohe Kahalu'u area. As you have traffic in, this is also an area too where, much like the leeward coast, a lot of high degree of concern among residents here to make sure that you have an evacuation plan and you have something in place, you have somewhere in place in times like this.
Yeah, especially this area, you're going to see a traffic backup nonetheless because all these homes that you're looking at, they're very close to the ocean. No doubt they are in an evacuation area. Also, some people had to be told to evacuate. This is what it was like when HPD has been going out along the coastlines telling people what they need to do.
To evacuate Ala Moana Beach Park. We are locking and securing the gate in 10 minutes. We are locking and securing the gate in 10 minutes. If you fail to comply, you're subject to arrest. The tsunami wave is expected to be hitting soon. Once again, you need to move to higher ground.
Damn.
You need to move to higher ground. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely clearing out Ala Moana Park, a very popular place for, at this time of day, there would be a lot of people swimming, a lot of people jogging or walking. And so there are, again, Ala Moana Beach Park is closed. Don't go there. And as police have been saying,
That's what I was
you're
wondering,
subject to arrest.
Cindy.
Also, Kekaha, Kauai, we have video from that area of the traffic backup along the highway.
Okay, let me mute for a second. When is it supposed to be hitting Hawaii? Does anybody know? What time? Sudden drowsiness, blurred vision, bouncing from giggling to this, coincide with whippet abuse. Just throwing that out there wouldn't come up in drug test. Whippets. People still do those. Nicole G, thank you. My son is in Japan. So far, he's okay. Oh my gosh. Thank God, Nicole. Thank you for your super chat. Around 7 their time. What time is it there? And what time is it? Like how? I don't know how many hours that is. Oh, they're oh, okay. $1 a.m. our time. Oh my God, that's scary. It's a warning. It's not an advisory.
One of the first indications, at least on Maui, as the siren sounded. We did have the first siren sounded about 3:25, a little earlier, but again, sirens are going to be sounding hourly.
You know, breaking news isn't planned, so sometimes you got to switch gears, right? I couldn't have foreseen this.
In Wiki.
It's not like I'm sitting here going, oh, hey, let's go cover like a, you know, an unsolved murder.
You've got 3-4 lanes.
This is awareness.
Backed up considerably.
I'm the learning and awareness
video.
channel.
So just again, use patience because there are just a few roadways. Kapahulu Avenue. You may want to take Montserrat and then cut across over to Diamond Head. You know, if you want to take Montserrat and try to get to Kahala and go back up, that's one thing that you should be able to do.
Yeah, and even when there isn't a tsunami warning, commuting around that area can be difficult at times, but that is a look at Alawai Boulevard. You're seeing a statewide response to this event right now. All of Hawaii is currently under a tsunami warning following an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia and Japan. I am told that we have an interview with Kauai's mayor, Derek Kawakami, talking about the county's response. I will be informed when that is ready to go. But you know, we're getting in touch with city leaders. Earlier, we heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Let's go back out to Wiki Ki right now. I believe this is a live shot.
TV.
What we saw earlier this afternoon were state officers patrolling the coastline, telling beachgoers to please vacate the area. There are still some on the beach, but it looks much better than what it was about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
When you saw many still in the
Is that
water.
all sucked
I think
out water?
also some of the hotels and the businesses may have been helping out with the evacuation response as well, because you know if those
is that water sucked out, or is it low tide, or both, or is that just how it is?
About what could be happening, but
thank you,
be in a
Wolf
safe
Rider.
spot right now. Don't let yourself get caught
In
into a
beach life.
situation where it could get hairy. And then also, too, as we approach the top of the 5 o'clock hour, the expectation is that we'll be hearing from Governor Josh Green in a news conference. We see Kauai County's Mayor, Derek Kawakami. We're told he is ready to go. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, hang on.
First off, what is the message that you want to impart about safety for Kauai County residents?
Well, I think you covered it perfectly. I think right now the number one mission is to get everybody to higher and safe ground. If you're in a safe area, then stay safe. Being on the road unnecessarily is adding to the traffic. Right now our EOC is fully activated. Our IMT is ongoing with planning. It's all hands on deck.
Cameras
the number
here.
one thing that people can do is stay calm, stay safe, try to stay off of our roads if you don't need to be there. And if you're a low-lying area in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be seeking higher ground.
Yeah, like I said, Mayor, we've got about 2 hours before the first wave is expected to, the first wave is expected to reach the Garden Isle. So let's say we've got about an hour and a half to basically prepare to get to safety. What should people be doing in the next 90 minutes?
All right, I believe our connection dropped off.
Okay.
Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay it. Okay, we have Mayor back online. So what was that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but we've got about 90 minutes at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kauai residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic. The worst thing that could happen is causing an accident when people are trying to evacuate. So please, if you're in a safe place, stay there. 2 hours are going to come real quick. We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there. And stay tuned. Our best information for Kauai residents is kauai.gov/Kima, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also because there are a lot of coastal areas, because Mount Waialeale basically keeps people from going in or building in. The thing to remember as well, and I'm also talking about maybe visitors to the island, is that most of the roadways along the coastline are 2 lanes. And so you're going to have to practice a lot of patience. Is there anything that, say, law enforcement or others are trying to do as far as guiding traffic, or at least trying to bring some control to the situation?
Yes, they're all there right now. Honolay is a very tricky spot with the number of 1-lane bridges. And also, people should not be inundating our 911 line if they don't have an emergency. If they're looking for information, please go to our website. Right now, our dispatch is being inundated, quite frankly, with non-emergency calls. They can get all the information they need from our website or our Facebook page. But yes, we are very challenged by the number of lanes on our highways, and that's why we're urging people that if you are safe and don't need to be on the road, do not be on the road.
We saw too that there are a number of shelters that have been opened up. What can you tell us about the resources available at these sites?
Well, right now, the number one thing and the number one resource is that we have these shelters open. As we proceed and see the impact of this tsunami, we will be able to get more resources out there. But the number one thing is we have a number of shelters that are open. People can take a look at our website to see specifically what shelters are open, and we will open more if needed, and we will close some if that is necessary too. But like I said, I think the number one thing people should do is not actually look for.
If chat is lagging, I think it's a YouTube problem, because I don't even have slow mode on, so it must be YouTube. Thank you, 3 Sides. Thank you, guys. Look at that. This is so scary. And why did it have to start in Russia, of all places? This is KATU that is on the screen right now.
We are going to take a quick break right now. Just going to reset, and then we'll be joining you.
Advisory canceled in Kodiak, Alaska. This is Japan. Or wait, hold on. Let me make sure. This is a live look. Yeah, this is Japan. Yeah, this is scary. Remember though, guys, there was there's been a few tsunami warnings over the past. Okay, there's that. Now there's this one, and this one shows in the top left is Japan. In the top right is Hawaii. Top left or bottom left is Hawaii, and bottom right is Russia. That's what this one is. I was wondering that is if that fog was water. And now we're back. This is Japan. Yeah, snowflakes. It has. Honestly, ever since the weather balloons.
2番機行って現場入れました？
Oh, I know that was horrible. Crimson Moon. It was Russia near Alaska. It's horrible. Is that normal in that area? Like, how far inland? I don't know.
先行して、FOC さん先行して、43枚、波停波します。
Let's turn on like.
出してる方停波します。
We'll come back to this, but I want to let's turn on like regular news.
All right, so this is some new video just into our newsroom. This is from an area in Russia, and this is our first look at this tsunami wave, where we can see, this is called the, I'm sorry if I mispronounce this, the Severo-Kurilsk area. And this is in Russia's Kuril Islands.
Oh my God.
And you can see the tsunami wave coming, and you can see it doing damage. And that's our first look at that as this repeats, Marla.
Yeah, and on a closer look, you'll see the buildings being swept away. So these images are out there. There's a watch for the entire West Coast
Darcy.
coastline. Here's what I'm talking about here when you're seeing the buildings being swept away. This is one of the largest top 10 earthquakes to strike.
Oh my gosh.
Since 1990. Since 1900. One of the top 10 earthquakes in the world since 1900, 8.7 magnitude quake. And you think about, earthquakes as you get up in magnitude, they're not all the same. I mean, that is a enormous earthquake, which we think happened out in the middle of the ocean. Because if something like that would have happened right under land, the devastation would be, unbelievable. But as we saw with Japan, when we had that big quake there in Fukushima, the tsunami was more deadly than the quake itself. And we know the power of water in terms of a tsunami.
I wonder how
wave
big
is
those
about
waves
as
are.
powerful a force as there is on Earth. And it can move buildings, it can move cars, and it can kill a lot of people quickly.
Yeah, why are they
Hopefully
telling
we don't
people to
have that
stay up
situation
in their
here,
fifth
but
floor
it is
and above?
concerning when we start hearing about these
Hell to
warnings
the
and
no.
watches.
This is a live look.
They just don't
at
want
a location
traffic
in Japan.
jams.
So you're seeing the activity in the ocean, of course. As it relates to the concern here, Hawaii has just been upgraded from a tsunami warning to a tsunami watch. If it strikes there, it will be
well, that's good, I guess.
7 o'clock, 7:15 their time, local time, Hawaii time, which is not until the 10 o'clock hour for us. We're hearing that would translate. Here's a live look at Hawaii and Wiki Ki Beach. We're hearing that the worst of it, if it were to happen along the West Coast, would happen in the 1 a.m. hour Wednesday.
Right. So again, Hawaii now a warning up from
and we
a
are
watch,
tracking a
which
tsunami
means
warning.
that they're
Hey,
more
BJ, CPS.
They're going
the
to be having
impacts start after
literal
7
alarm
o'clock.
bells,
You see
which
all
they have
of
set
the
up for
islands under a
potential
tsunami warning. Let's take a closer look. The source of why we're seeing tsunami waves come our way is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened in Russia.
Wow,
The
look at
depth
this, guys.
20.7 kilometers.
Holy
so
cow.
incredible to see all of that energy. They're already seeing reports of big waves there along Japan as well, and now traveling over open waters. Closer to the epicenter, anywhere from 3 to 4 meters has already been reported. That brings us to 9 to 13 feet. And then you can see the first tsunami waves initially reported at 30 centimeters over in Japan, but it could be expected to be larger as we go into the next couple of hours. So here are the wave readings and what we're expecting when it comes to the forecast. Along the Russian coast, 3 to 4 meters, that's about 10 to 13 feet they already have observed. In Japan, up to 3 meters, but already observing 1.3 feet. In Hawaii, expecting that after 7 o'clock, 1 to 3 meters. That brings us to anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. feet, and also for Guam, the same forecast there, none confirmed yet. So historically, as we break this information down, the Great Chilean earthquake in 1960 was 9.5 magnitude, one of the strongest earthquakes. Arrived 15 hours later. Here in Hawaii, it was up to 35 feet. In 2010, the earthquake magnitude of 8.8, much smaller when it comes to the tsunami waves at 3 feet. In 2011, Japan earthquake was 9.1, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage, and we could be seeing some property damage along the coastline, some coastal flooding.
Guys, what is the gray, like, fog? Smog? What is that?
Flooding, and certainly with
Is it
boats.
clouds?
So if you are in a vessel, on them to see if they have a plan to evacuate. This is going to coincide.
I mean, I might sound stupid, but
big concern how big the tsunami is going to be, but the initial
What is
set of
it?
energy arriving at 7:10 in Honolay this evening could easily be about 0.1 to 0.3, and then
Is it rain?
gradually getting larger and larger as the night
it because of the
progresses.
tsunami, though?
According to some
Oh,
of
it
the
has nothing to
forecast
do with it?
readings, maybe 1 to 2 meters, which is quite significant.
Georgia Dog,
More
the
than
weatherman.
3 feet a possibility. Unpredictable, strong
Yoga
currents.
Mama
That's why
said
you
it's
need to
Japan
stay out
smog.
of the water. We've been seeing very rough shorelines when we
Do
have
what?
tsunamis, and we've seen that in history. So something that
He
we'll be
just pushed
watching
my
very carefully
wah,
are all of these
wah, wah.
elements coming together. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jen. Of course, we do have crews stationed throughout the island, including our Jonathan Masaki, who's
They
headed
need to
the
turn her
Pacific
mic
Tsunami
on.
Warning Center, and even our own Daryl Huff, who apparently is stuck in traffic as we monitor the different situations across the roadways. We're getting reports of a lot of traffic jams across town.
This is a statewide response right now. So what we've been showing throughout the afternoon is traffic jams throughout different parts and throughout different counties across Oahu. Many employees leaving their places of business. Governor Josh Green instructed state employees to leave after the warning came down just before 3 p.m. Hawaii time. And this is what we're talking about here. Many hitting the roads. This is from earlier this afternoon, just giving you a picture and giving you a sense right now as residents respond to this warning, which is unfolding in real time. First anticipated wave is at 7:10 this evening. There will be a warning siren going off any moment now. We were told that it will be happening at 5:10.
Another
So
siren.
if that audio does kick in, forgive us here if you're hearing it over the air, or it could be popping up on our phones as well. But the expectation is that another siren will be going off at 5:10, after which we'll be hearing from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi and city officials here in Honolulu about the response.
Yeah, so of course you are seeing these images right now of the roads that are just jammed.
Okay, we're working out to get Stephanie's microphone sorted out right now as we're mapping out this response statewide. Traffic jams and traffic backups happening throughout Oahu right now. We are seeing Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi getting ready for a podium at another monitor we are monitoring in the newsroom here. As we give you a look at the backup on windward Oahu, we
Look at
also
that
saw
traffic.
a similar sight on the leeward coast.
At least they're
Kole
moving,
Kole
though.
Pass is opened up for emergency access at this point. Let's also give you video from Hilo right now. Hawaii County residents leaving the area, and you could be hearing the sirens over air right now as the second emergency siren warning of
Yoga,
the tsunami
I
warning
know, right?
is going off right now.
So the message that we've been hearing from emergency officials is to prepare, to have a plan in place. Do not panic at this time. As we take a look at the situation here in Kaka'ako, don't wait until the last minute to leave. But if you and your family
Look at all those
do have a plan,
homes.
meet at a meeting place. Make sure that you have the necessary materials, your medication. Make sure you unplug those sensitive electronics. Also, if you live on a boat or if you have a boat, make sure to tie up that boat properly.
Oh God, there's the
and
warning.
take it out to sea. So we again are hearing these sirens sounding off on cell phones across the state. Of course,
Ugh,
Hawaii
I hate
under
those.
a tsunami warning after a powerful magnitude 8.7 earthquake off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia.
Let's go to Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi at the city's Emergency Operations Center with an update.
All right, here's an update, guys.
Good evening. Well, if you're watching us right now, you know you're fully aware that the state is under a tsunami alert. That said, what you're doing is the right thing to do. We ask you to pay attention, stay with your media for updates. Here in Oahu tonight, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to give you some really pertinent information. But I ask that you stay calm. If you're in a low-lying area, please get to high ground. You'll hear about our emergency centers that are open, and let Randy Collins, our Emergency Management Services Director, tell you that. But we need people to cooperate with each other. Right now, the roads are full, people trying to move. We ask you to stay calm, cooperate, and get to high ground, if at all possible, where you are. We promise to give you complete updates. Right now, the expected time of anything that might happen here in Oahu is going to be somewhere around 7:15. We're expecting it to be at Kauai around 7:10. We'll know. We've been told by Civil Defense that when it passes the island of Midway, we'll get a good read as to what we can expect, and that's not scheduled to happen for a while yet. But we promise to keep you updated. Please stay close to your media. Listen. If you are in a safe place, stay there. And if you're not, do something about it. Get to higher ground. So with that, I want to bring up Randy Collins, who's our Emergency Management Services Director. Randy.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. As the mayor indicated, our number one priority is to get people to safety. So get out of the tsunami zones, out of the tsunami inundation areas. Those are clearly marked by the tsunami zone signs that you've seen around that we worked hard in instilling over the past year to make sure that you're aware of where those tsunami zones are. You can also find out more information at www.honolulu.gov/DEM. There you will be able to find all the various types of resources about these tsunami warnings. As the mayor mentioned, our number one priority is life safety. And so right now it's an easy thing. Get away from the beaches, get inland, and get upward. So that's our message right now. I would also tell you that we are working hard with all of the city agencies and other stakeholders to make sure that we are activating the tsunami assembly areas around the Oahu. And we want everyone to, if you do live in an area that's within a tsunami area, first and foremost, go to a friend's house, go to a neighbor's house, go to your workplace, but go inward and upward out of the tsunami area. If you have no other place to go, then go to the tsunami assembly areas that we have activated around Oahu. Would also encourage you to not call 911 for evacuation out of your home. Depend on your friends and family and your neighbors to help you get out of the tsunami zones. 911 services are not for helping to evacuate.
Imagine if you didn't have anybody.
Services are for in danger of life and health services, and so
wow.
we don't want to over or inundate the 911
Who helps
centers.
The people that can't
so
help
please
themselves?
make sure that you use all other resources available to you to evacuate out of the tsunami zone and get to those other refuge areas. And again, as a last resort, go to those tsunami assembly areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ocean Safety for some information about what's happening on the beaches.
Hold on one second. Can I have the mayor step in?
Sure.
All right. Well, good evening again. I guess the tone was running. So I want to open up by saying if you're watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground, okay? So I'm going to bring up Ocean Safety right now. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Kewalo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in, and again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation, that we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone, and so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody that takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m. we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes. You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled. Is there anything they can do with the handy van? Is there anything to try to evacuate or get to high ground?
Yeah, Roger?
Yeah, we are stuck in the 93% of our service right now is running late, and most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to to take advantage and keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
Any other questions? Yes. Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Wiki Ki if they're in hotels, and each and every property, I think, has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, oh my God.
And you
so
just heard from emergency officials there. And as we take
Diana
a look
got
now
on
from
a
Kauai
cruise to go to
about the Kauai
Norway.
emergency shelters, we're going to list them off for you. These are areas that you can evacuate to: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele'ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kalaheo Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Now, these refuge areas will have parking and restroom facilities available. And keep in mind, if you are bringing a pet, make sure you bring a kennel, food, and water for the animal.
And county officials are responding statewide. And we just showed you the Kauai emergency shelters on Hawaii County. You have evacuation sites open at Pu'u'eo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, the Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym.
Thanks, Alabama. I blocked
a number
them.
of sites available for those seeking shelter on Hawaii County, as well as Kauai. And as we just heard, circling back to the news conference with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, as well as with city first responders, there's an overarching message of, be prepared, don't panic in this, have a plan. So you leave the inundation areas, get inland, get upward. So the official warning came down just before 3 o'clock our time.
Look at that traffic.
Since then, we've seen
God.
traffic backups across different parts of the island, across different parts of the state. Roger Morton, City Transportation Director, was saying that bus service will be going on until about 6 o'clock this evening. And then Skyline, the last trip is at 6:35 from Halava. So there has been lead time in this, so there is time for many to take shelter.
Yes, and the emphasis is if you are in a low-lying area to move inward and upward, just as you said, Mark. But what hasn't been said is obviously if you are not in a tsunami zone, there is no need for you to be out on the roads. Again, we are seeing these images just coming into the newsroom right now of the traffic gridlock all across the island, and emergency officials want to make clear that we want to make sure that we do not
2 hours?
congest or overwhelm these roadways unnecessarily. So if you do have a loved one, come up with a plan and make sure that you have a family member. Go ahead and meet them at that area. We want to go now live. We're hearing that a news conference is happening right now with Governor Josh Green, along with other state emergency officials about the tsunami warning. Let's listen in.
Everyone is prepared, everyone is ready for what may come, but there is always some uncertainty about the size of the wave. In about 5 minutes, we'll reconvene a statewide meeting. We will hear an update on the size of the wave, as I said, as it passes through the middle of the Pacific. We'll also be in communication with other states and islands, such as Guam, Tsunami, finding out what they have experienced. After the wave has passed, after we're all safe, we will reach out to these other friends of ours across the Pacific to support them in their recovery also.
Mahalo, Governor. Andrew?
From what you shared so far, is any of that based on any ocean readings between Russia and between Midway and Russia?
Yes, there was immediately a response from all of the nearshore buoys. The question was answered almost immediately. Right after the earthquake, it was clear to us that there was going to be a wave. As we have shared, we don't know how large a wave, usually until it passes Midway. And as you can see, it takes 5 to 6 hours to come across the Pacific in this case. That's why we're always postured to first check. We don't want to alarm people unnecessarily. But once we see that there's going to be a wave, we begin our protocol. And usually the protocol results in an initial siren, which you heard, just to kind of wake people up to the severity of the situation, followed by the 3 hours out, 2 hours out, the 1 hour out, and the 30-minute out warnings. At that point, we expect everyone to be fully evacuated, either out of the inundation zones or vertically. People should not, and I will say it one more time, should not, as we have seen in the past, stay around the shoreline or risk their lives just to see what a tsunami looks like. It is not a regular wave. It will actually kill you if you get hit by a tsunami. So you have to be out of that area. Please do not put anyone in a situation where General Logan has to search and find you with a helicopter. It is not likely we will recover you if a tsunami takes you from the shore.
If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hour or so, trying to evacuate, at what point, should you consider, what advice do you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway as we were aware coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we'll be back to fine. We'll be back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we'll just be cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time, given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates in future press conferences. Mahalo.
To a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, that in a situation like this, we do have some time to prepare. So use that time. This isn't a time to freak out or panic.
Chip. And thank you, Three Sides. Be prepared, not scared. It's very hard. Like, I've been through Category 5 hurricane, and you have so much warning. It's not even silly. Like,
but an important thing
it can turn, the day of,
Honolulu press conference with Mayor Blangiardi.
Oh my goodness, Julie. My mod friend, oh my God, Island High lives in tsunami zone. She is in traffic right now heading to her daughter's house in the safe zone. Asked her to stay in touch. Oh, I hope that she can get there quickly.
It's likely they will not be picked up again.
Tell her we're praying for her and everybody there, and
to please take care of their loved ones if they are relying on that service and if they need.
Hey, Nash.
Yeah, and let's give you just a recap of kind of how this afternoon has unfolded. The initial quake off the far east region of Russia happened about 1:30 this afternoon, was an 8.0. About 20 minutes later, it got updated to an 8.7 magnitude quake, extremely powerful, very deep below the ocean's surface, and then it was later upgraded to an 8.8. The first anticipated arrival is around 7:10, so we're about an hour and a half away. Governor Green was saying that a lot of the traffic on their way in, throughout Honolulu seems to have dissipated, as many have seemed to have found their sights. We're staying with you throughout this entire time. So is our First Alert weather team. Let's send it over to meteorologist Drew Davis with the latest. Drew.
Let's take a look at some of the historical context for this earthquake near Russia. Of course, I'm going to break this down percentage-wise. We've got the tsunamis that have affected Hawaii. From Hawaii to Oahu, from the west coast of South America, and this is since the 1850s, so it's a large swath of 150 years of data out there. And notice this, the second most, 16% from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off to the east of Russia. Going down, you've got the west coast of North America. That's about about 13%. 13% come from Alaska, and then 12% come from New Zealand and Pacific Islands, and it goes down as you're going closer to Indonesia. Well, you may notice about 6% is actually missing from this chart. The rest of the 6% comes from Hawaii. And I do want to talk about, again, some of the historical context from the 16% that come from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. In 1952, we had another earthquake off of the same area of Russia, the same fault line that we've been talking about. Over the past couple of weeks, we had a magnitude 7.5 a couple of weekends ago that actually triggered another tsunami watch. Again, we do have that tsunami warning right now. That watch upgraded to a warning around 3 p.m. this afternoon.
What does that mean,
There were no
Robat?
deaths from that 1952 earthquake.
What's a
in
polar
Hawaii. And I'm just
shift?
reading some of the information
That
we
sounds
have
deep
directly from
AF.
NOAA. But the waves caused houses to collide, beached boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. And here on Hawaii Island, they had wave heights of 4 meters, a little bit over 3 feet, 1 meter on Maui, 9 meters on Oahu, and 3 meters on Kauai. Again, that's that 16% coming from Kamchatka in the Kuril Islands just off of Russia. Again, this is just a little bit more context to show you that it's very common here in Hawaii, at least over the last 150 years, and that's the only data that we have here, that we see these tsunamis
The North and
moving
South Pole
across the Pacific
shifting.
Ocean and across the open water towards the island chain. For now, I'm going to send it back to Mark and Steph at the desk.
And we just got this in from Hawaiian Airlines. They issued
Listen.
a statement saying that we are monitoring a tsunami warning for the Hawaiian Islands and portions of the state of Alaska and assessing our flight operations.
Flow.
We are holding flight departures to the islands of Hawaiian islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines, and as a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. And guests with travel to or from the Hawaiian Islands should check the status of their flight before heading to the airport. So we're going to be monitoring all the impacts here.
Yeah, and this is a statewide transportation response. When you have this much time leading up to when the initial wave is expected to arrive,
I feel like
a lot
I'm
of
on
the
a
state
tilt-a-whirl.
agencies, a lot of those in the transportation business.
Wouldn't we know if it was,
setting
I
out
mean,
their updates. We heard earlier
maybe
this
that's why I
afternoon
feel
that
off
the
kilter.
is
I'm not
closed.
joking. Something's making this happen.
Those with the boats and vessels are expected to
Oh
take them
no,
out,
Michelle.
away from the harbor to avoid any sort of damage and keeping them tied off into the slips, because heading out into the open ocean is actually beneficial in these types of situations. And then we also heard as well,
Hi, Aries.
State Department of Transportation officials and the military saying that Kolekole Pass is open for Leeward Coast residents.
Right, and our Mahealani Richardson is standing by with an update on that. She just spoke to military officials and joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
That's right, Steph and Mark. This is in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and state officials.
Me too, Kramit.
Pass linking the west side, particularly in the Lualua Valley area, is now connected to central Oahu and Schofield Barracks. For many, many years, we had heard complaints, especially from those in the
Me too, Nash.
West Oahu, rather, that they were trapped and they could not get out if there was an emergency.
Right, it's all
because there was
hot.
one
Our
way
weather's
in and
been
one
wild.
way
I mean, we had a hurricane hit the Carolinas and Tennessee.
Earlier
Weird.
this year, U.S. Army officials and the state had an exercise to rehearse this exact scenario. We just spoke with the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii spokesperson, and here's what he had to say.
Yes, ma'am. So the U.S. Army, in partnership with the U.S. Navy, the DOT, and HAIMA, have opened up Kolekole Pass on the leeward side to facilitate evacuations. From the west side, commuters will be able to travel Lualua Naval Road onto Lyman Road and exit in central Oahu.
Are people using the pass now? Can you give us a sense of what's happening there now?
Yes, so both gates, the Navy and Army gates, have been opened on Kolekole Pass, and civilian motorists are currently traveling from the Navy side onto the Army side and to central Oahu from the west side.
Look at this.
It was a long-standing issue to use Kolekole Pass. I remember a lot of people were anxious about being able to evacuate the west side because there's really only one way in and one way out. And there was an exercise specifically for this earlier this year. What can you tell us about that exercise?
Earlier this year in January, we partnered with the Navy, HIEMA, DOT, and DEM
That is,
for an exercise that
hold on, let me
simulated
turn
a
that down.
wildfire.
This is Hawaii evacuations on the bottom left of your screen.
For something that we're using in a real life scenario today.
At least during your time with the Army, has Kole Kole Pass been used before for an emergency?
For an actual emergency, this is the first time that I've seen Kole Kole Pass been used for a real life scenario. We would like to say that the pass is very steep. There are several hazards throughout, so folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely cautious and listen to military.
It looks like the water's getting sucked back
as you transit that pass.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass. So how long does it take?
Right. So the pass technically starts around Luloli Naval Road. So if you turn right there at the Nanakuli McDonald's,
JR, that's super interesting.
It's very straight. It's mostly 2 lanes until you come across a small bridge. But it is fully paved. There may be some rocks in the road. So again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass. With traffic a little bit slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so. But it is the only alternative route if you're stuck in gridlock on Farrington.
Is there anything else that you would like our viewers at Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates.
That's a good idea, Evelyn. They should open up the other side of the road. The other side of the road has no one on it.
How they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pilila'au Army Recreation Center was evacuated about an hour ago, so the guests there have been evacuated from the west side.
I love that name, Claire.
We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa in Wiki Ki. So those guests are, to be protected from any potential storm surge, are advised to be roughly the 3rd or 4th floor and higher.
Okay, so the guests at the Halikoa, they're not being evacuated, but they were told to go to the 4th floor or higher.
Right, especially with traffic concerns and that kind of thing. Anyone in a high rise.
Yeah, Craig would be running towards it.
Are you getting any first reports specifically from the Halikoa and just how the situation is in Wiki Ki?
No specific reports. I did see that there are several folks still on the beach. So I would just really advise folks, take this warning seriously. Your safety should be of utmost concern.
Newly upgraded
and that is
to
Nathan
tsunami
Welch
warning.
From the U.S. Army Garrison. He's the spokesperson there. Again, Kole Kole Pass is open, linking
Cape Mendocino and the Oregon border
to Schofield Barracks in central Oahu. That pass was just in an exercise earlier this year, a multi-agency exercise, and it's now being used for real life. Back to you.
Lonnie, we appreciate that report. And standing by live now is Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Mayor Alameda, thank you so much for joining us right now. I'm sure you and your administration are definitely monitoring the situation at this hour. Can you tell us what the county is doing to prepare?
Right now we're at the EOC. We've activated several hours already, and we got all hands on deck. We got all the departments here. And we're working across jurisdictions, so state, National Guard, Red Cross, our county workers as well. We've been through this before, and this is we're not, we're the island with the disasters, right? So it's like a well-oiled machine. So we're doing really well right now.
Mayor, what can you tell us about the shelters available and the resources there that being provided for those that want to attend the evacuation sites?
Yes, absolutely. We activated all our shelters, and so we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, website, press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food, and and we're reaching out to our hotels. Those in the low-lying areas, if they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks who need the transportation to our shelters as we speak.
And Mayor Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion, and so my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time, and be respectful. And we sent out our police officers, as well as our firefighters, to make sure that the roads are safe. And if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels. In fact, Pride of America, a big ship, they knew what to do, and so they head out to the sea because it's safer there. And we took on their passengers. We provided them with transportation to our shelter as well. So, like I said, we have protocols in place. We've been there before, and we're just implementing it as we speak.
And Mayor, do you have a message for air travelers, and can you update us on the situation at Hilo Airport at this time?
Sure. So Hilo Airport's closed. Kono Airport's open, and it's in a safe zone, and so they are continuing their flights, is what I'm told. So if you're coming into Hilo or if you're going out of Hilo, it ain't gonna happen.
All right. Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, a comprehensive response being activated statewide right now. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking with you more throughout the evening as we keep a close watch on this tsunami warning. So shelters are activated. There was a lot of lead-up time to this. Many are heading for higher ground. Speaking of which, we caught up with back here on Oahu. Our very own Billy V caught up with some residents and visitors who headed up to the Tantalus area in Wiki Ki.
Thank you very much.
All right, hold on.
Stream of cars up here in Tantalus. People just, trying to find.
Where did that window go?
Maybe they left Wiki Ki. Maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on your, I'm guessing, your phone?
Waimanalo Beach, kids were in the water, and then we heard we got the warning. We got the warning, and we immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here in Tantalus. What was the thought behind coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which boat is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park, and I got done and I usually check my phone for any emergencies, family stuff. So when I saw that, I go, whoa, and I checked with my family to get out of the water already, because I did my lap, so I was getting ready to eat. So I got on the road and I noticed traffic was getting crazy. I live in Makakilo. We're on the hill now. And I was thinking, no way.
Sorry, I turned it up.
That H1 is crazy congested right now. And the first thing came up, hey, I haven't been to Tantalus. So I took Punaho, I came up here. And
from Tantalus, Billy V, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks very much, Billy. I'm Ben Gutierrez along with Drew Davis here in the First Alert Weather Center. And just to recap, we are again under a tsunami warning for the entire state of Hawaii after an 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the east coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. The first waves are expected to reach Hawaii at about 7:10 this evening, first for Kauai, then down the rest of the island chain, maybe about 7 minutes later for the island of Oahu, and then continuing downward. All of the emergency operations centers for the counties have been activated, and people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate.
Thanks for being here, guys.
If you need to, but if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier, we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people
The first waves are hitting
at the same time.
Japan,
State
they
workers,
said.
county workers, just people basically at work, all being let loose at the same time to try and get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least to, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap, again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake earlier today around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time.
Thank you, Al,
It was an
or
8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself, and the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website.
I got right in.
Everybody is looking for
Thanks to
information.
Starlink.
And one of the things Ben and I have been talking about today, of course.
Thank you,
this
Elon.
This is not something to take lightly. This is this is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued. This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in.
Okay, so let me read this to you. There is a warning in Attu, Alaska, Samega Pass, Alaska, 30 miles southwest of Nikolsky, the Oregon-California border, Cape Mendocino, California, and that was just issued at 11:27. And then we have advisories for the rest. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me make it bigger. A look-see. That's really scary. They have no idea how big the wave's going to be.
Off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands, and then you've got this big, wide open ocean. Yep. There's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii. So we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes. Again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850. So about a little over 150 years of data keeping of tsunamis here in Hawaii. We've had an earthquake in 1923 from the same fault line. That was a magnitude 8.3, so a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. And it took about 6.5 hours to arrive to Hawaii, and it caused $20 million in damage and killed one in Hilo. 1952, it caused another tsunami, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing with this one, caused $8.94 million in damage. So, of course, there is cause for concern, especially when it comes to infrastructure and potentially impacting those near coastal areas.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 8.8, remember that the Fukushima tsunami was generated by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. So 8.8, that's very close in magnitude. It is still a bit weaker because, again, the magnitudes are exponential, but when you start getting into the upper 8s, the lower 9s in particular, and when you start getting the 9.2, which I think was the Chile earthquake, definitely it's something to basically be aware of and to be prepared. Right now, let's head back to the desk with Mark and Steph.
Thank you very much there, Ben and Drew, for your analysis there. We also just got a list here, and we'll read that off for you, of the shelters on Maui. But first, we want to show you these images just into the newsroom of the busyness at the gas station over in Eva Beach. You can see long lines of people there. And you heard from Mayor Blangiardi and other first responders said, please just keep your cool. The roads are congested. But on the lighter side, we are actually seeing that traffic is tapering off in some areas.
Yeah, in certain areas. I mean, through the thick of the afternoon, coinciding with
Oh my
typical
goodness,
rush hour.
look at this, you guys.
There was traffic gridlock in parts of Leeward, Oahu. We also saw lines in Windward,
Look at
Oahu.
this.
In town, we want to pull up this video. This is, many flocking to grocery stores to stock up on supplies at Don Quixote. This is kind of what happens in an event like this. We see this with hurricanes.
Holy
Good thing about
shit,
tsunamis
look at
is that
that.
you have typically several hours to
This is
prepare.
Guam. Hold on.
But, backups.
This is crazy. Tsunami.gov.
We also saw footage from across the state as well. We also have this footage right now. It was
This is Guam. And this, you see that wave?
in the heart of Honolulu. Let's pull that up right now. Kind of, you can see just the backup when coinciding with when the warning came down.
See that?
They have their list with them. Toilet paper, bottles,
Oh my God, man.
medications, enough food to last a week. And we are going to get this list that we want to show you of shelters that are open right now. Lahaina Luna High School and Kihei Community Center.
And our very own Dylan Ancheta is standing by live on Maui right now with the very latest, and he also spoke with Maui Mayor Richard Bisson. Aloha, Dylan.
I don't know what that is.
Aloha, thank you so much. I want to go over
Don't quote me on that.
emergency shelters that are opening here on Maui. The county says Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, Velma McWayne Santos Community Center.
Now we can look at, this is Hawaii. Let's see.
Hana High School and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process.
This is Alaska.
Shelters. I spoke
This is just what it's pulling up.
about 10 minutes ago.
Maybe that's not a wave. I don't know. It looks scary as hell.
Process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very soon, if not already. And they do encourage people who are in low-lying areas to head over to those shelters. And they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my
It's the depth.
Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
It's scary.
Yeah, the main thing we want people to know is there's time for us to be calm.
Yeah, here you go. Sorry.
Moving to inland and higher land. So we just want people to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland, go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that. But we just want the messages: stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauai until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get another update maybe in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling. That's our best estimate. Here on Maui, we want people to know there are going to be shelters open. There's 5 of them. The Lahaina Luna High School, the Molokai High School, on Molokai, Hana High School, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay while they ride this out, literally, and then bathrooms. We want people to know that their water, especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas.
Seriously? Screw Oprah. Hashtag FU Oprah.
Any contamination and any destruction of the system. It won't all be shut off at the same time. There's a sort of a rolling shut off. It'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's online, the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the MEMA alerts. And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family. our kupuna and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier, I was by the Queen Ka'ahumanu shopping center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in and the inundation zone. We have it online so people can go on. There's also a map at the NOAA, NOAA site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands.
So rude.
Obviously out in the west side of Maui. All the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic. We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu or Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to that the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Halakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate again the traffic. And again, we're trying our best. People can call 911. They can call the MEMA hotline as well. We have a MEMA hotline, I want to say 270-7825, I believe it is. That's the number that people can call in order to get that information. I do have the number someplace, but sorry, 270-7633. That's our MEMA alert number, 7633. So again, we can assist with what you need, especially if it's evacuation. We want people to give us notice so that we can send a car to get them, or send our paratransit trucks, our MEO, Maui Economic Opportunity vans. We have people making rounds right now, trying to get people out of those areas.
You know, not to be a weirdo, but why does it feel like...
Can you talk about some of the exactly what you mentioned, but for...
Why does it feel like we're getting something that we've never gotten before? Thank you, Marty.
How are their levels? Are they pushed? Is it all hands on deck? I mean, how are they feeling?
Well, this is absolutely all hands on deck, but it's very measured. The Maui Police Department, which always comes through for us in our emergencies, I will say, they're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control, the evacuations. So right now, it's, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, family. I should say here on Maui, Oski Rice Arena also opened their parking area upcountry in that Makawao, Olinda area. So anyone in the upcountry area who's looking for a place to park their cars and ride this out, Oski Rice Arena. Thank you to those folks for offering their location as well. I'm sure there are other places, neighbors, that are helping each other that I may not be aware of right now. This is the latest information we have, Dylan. We're hoping to get an update in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Puffin, I feel the same way. Like, it just feels like doom and gloom.
So once again, that was Maui County Mayor,
I mean, not that it's a good thing, but their
the
tone is just weird.
What they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School.
Oh, it was a rooster.
Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle that are opening or in the process of opening for residents. And on the island of Molokai, we have Molokai High School as well preparing to open. Earlier this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, 4:10, during the sounding of the first emergency siren, well, second, I should say, I did see a long line of people that were still going into the low-lying areas of Kahului. We were right outside the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center, and there was traffic back to back. And looking at the maps here, it still looks like there is heavy traffic in those areas. So officials are encouraging people to head to higher ground for those who are in those low
Does tsunamis bring wind?
Again, Mayor Bisson says
Workout
there are many
leggings.
people who are likely looking out for their neighbors and helping one another, and that's what it's all about here on Maui and across the state. Really, they want everyone to proceed with caution, proceed with aloha, and if you are out on the roads, there is no need to rush because again, there is several hours before we are expected to see the first impacts from this impending tsunami. So wherever you are on the Valley Isle, if you are on the
West Coast
lower areas, make
is
sure to
advisory.
make your way upland.
All right, let me show you this. Look at the waves picking up. So what you have up here, the West Coast is, except for that one area, is red under a warning. Let me zoom in on the red.
Situation happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's emergency operations.
It's right on the border.
They are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you.
I don't know how they can narrow down that one little strip, but I'd be the fuck out of there. News conference coming up.
Live, Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle Chinen standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's a very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, right before sunset. People catching off, just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago, and like I said, it's pretty eerie seeing here a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of
Oregon,
cars,
California border.
bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we were heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesia Cultural Center, Kualoa Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohe area and town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kahuku High School and Intermediate, the line of cars are going this way, heading towards the Haleiwa side. Everyone trying to get away from the shoreline, and that was an encouraging thing to see. Although it was bumper to bumper on the roads, people were trying to get to higher ground, getting away from the beach, and people were practicing their patience. Not a lot of people trying to overtake. They understood the situation, and we passed by stores and different establishments here along the road and on the North Shore, and it was just a ghost town essentially. It looks clear now. A lot of people. I want to show the road. Just about an hour ago, it was at a standstill almost, and now you just see a little bit of local traffic here and there, some trucks driving by as people are preparing for the first wave to hit, which is supposed to hit in about an hour now on Kauai. But here on the North Shore, people are being prepared and staying ready for the chance that a wave hits here on Oahu. Now, excuse me. As you can see, it's clear, it's pretty barren, minimal cars on the road now, people getting to safety and getting out of the shoreline areas here on the North Shore. And as we continue to get updates here from the officials at the state and city level, and we'll keep you guys updated. But for right now, it seems that everyone is heeding the warnings from the officials here in the state to stay away from the shoreline and stay and get to higher ground. So that's kind of the scene here, a very quiet and unusual sight for the North Shore here during the summer months. That's the latest here, reporting live from the North Shore. Guys, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
You're kidding me,
Thank you very
vibrator.
much. Yeah, you know, what a image that we saw right there. And also as we saw some of the response vehicles rolling through the region. As we saw earlier this afternoon, some DLNR officers were clearing beachgoers off of coastal areas. Can imagine that was also happening on the North Shore as well. We just got this list from the city of Oahu, what is being called tsunami assembly areas. We're not using the word shelters for Oahu sites, mainly because there are limited services available. So, you know, if you need to be somewhere when the event is happening, these are areas to gather. Here's the list: McKinley High School, Hahaione Valley Neighborhood Park, Waimanalo District Park, New Valley Middle School, Makaha Community Park, Wailua High and Intermediate School, Kailua District Park, and Kaneohe District Park.
Kahuku District Park, Kalakaua District Park, Wilson Community Park, Eva Mahiko District Park, Nanakuli High
and
is still
Japan.
Kokohead District Park, Waipahu District Park, and George Fred Wright Wahiawa District Park. And once again, the city is not calling these evacuation centers because services are very limited for residents who need to evacuate and move inland.
Yeah, very limited services right now as we are mapping out the response in anticipation of that first wave just after 7 o'clock. Another siren is expected to go off at about 6:10, so just a few moments from now. We have earlier images from this afternoon of the moment the sirens first happened. This is on the North Shore, as you can see in the middle of some gridlock. Okay, there was no sound on that, but that was when you had residents looking for, you know, just trying to leave the area, low-lying areas, trying to get inward, get upland. So we were about just an hour out from that first expected wave. As we're also showing you Haleiwa right now, I think it's also important to note that on a global stage, we are seeing some effects of this tsunami. Tsunami reported earlier in Russia, which is close to the epicenter of the initial quake itself in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and also tsunami seen at the island of Hokkaido in Japan, reported 1 foot wave. Extent of damage so far, not yet known, but when the tsunami made landfall in Hokkaido, the reports are emerging that it was 1 foot.
And
Thanks,
for us
Beach
here
Life.
locally, of course, the experts at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're still waiting for more information and for that first
tsunami waves
midway
reaching 10 feet possible in northern Hawaii. Source CNN. Thank you,
of the size of those initial waves that would impact Hawaii, as you said, Mark. 7:10 this evening, the first expected waves to arrive in Honlay, and then 7:17 this evening for us here on Oahu. We just also got an update on when we could expect that press conference to begin with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency officials. Now they're saying anywhere around 6:15 this evening. So we'll bring that to you live as soon as they become available.
A comprehensive response that we are seeing statewide and also from the individual counties themselves as we show you what the roads looked like in Hilo this afternoon. The watch became a warning officially just before 3 o'clock Hawaii time this afternoon. What we've seen are a number of developments, especially in regard to the state's transportation infrastructure, road closures to stay out of the low-lying areas, what we've seen with the harbors, boaters advised to take their vessels out into the open ocean. And then also, too, we want to reiterate that Hawaiian Air released a statement about 5:30 this evening that they are holding flight departures to the islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines. As a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. So you have, you know, what we're seeing here is you're just keeping a close eye on what's going to be happening and taking the utmost precaution as possible.
Right, and if you're still wondering at this hour, if you are indeed in an affected zone, you can always go to the Emergency Management Agency website, and there you can scroll for every single county. You can see the latest maps out there that will outline if you are indeed impacted.
Shelters, evacuation sites, tsunami assembly areas. We've been with you nonstop since the warning happened, since the watch happened at around 1:30.
Okay, look at this. We're going to Nick Sorter on X. He says, get to higher ground. This could be you. This is Russia. But even more so, look at this. Oprah has not opened her private road from Waihaia to Kula, Hawaii, which would allow coastal folks to reach higher ground quickly, locals tell me. Open the road, Oprah. Roads on Maui are gridlocked as people try to escape the incoming tsunami. I'm stuck with my children in the truck with sirens going off. Maui resident Shelby Hosanna tells me, if Oprah's road was open, I could have a way to get out. Instead, we just have to hope and pray the first wave time estimates are correct and we still have time to get to higher ground. And look at this video. Oprah should be canceled. Shame on her. Look at this crap. Yeah, these sirens are going off right now.
Travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast, if you could think about from point A to point B when you're flying in an airplane, you can see that it takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6-hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive into the tsunami history and their relationship with Hawaii. Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. Usually the origin that has really impacted us has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. It can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean.
Look at what a difference Oprah could make.
And during the past, the most
look at this.
Area, let's take a closer look. You can see Hilo.
She could open it right up, and look at that. They have to go all the way around.
1960 and 2011.
Unbelievable.
It's known as the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay shape. And usually when the wave interacts with the bay shape and how shallow it is, it causes bigger waves to come their way over in Hilo. So very interesting with the dynamics of the topography, the depth of the bay, and the bay shape itself. Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011. And as far as the rest of us, Kauai and Oahu's north and east shores can see some run up depending on the wave direction, along with Maui County. And this is key on the wave direction. What kind of wave will be coming our way? There's a lot of unknowns as it's traveling over open waters.
Okay, according to Nick Sorter on X, breaking 911 system in Honolulu, Hawaii is overwhelmed with calls as the city becomes gridlocked with tsunami evacuees per PD. Officials are urging people not to call 911 unless it's a dire emergency. This is a time lapse of the last 2 hours. All right, let me start it over. Watch this. Wait for the time lapse. They're barely moving. Those cars are barely moving. That's a 2-hour time lapse. Oh my God, man.
3 to 10 feet, highly depends on the wave direction and how it travels over the open waters. Over in Guam, about the same, 1 to 3 feet, falling anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. So none confirmed yet. We're just waiting on that. We're closing in on that last hour before it comes our way. And I just want to point that the initial surge of energy could be much smaller, maybe about 0.1 to 0.3 meters after 10 o'clock. But once we jump up into that 8 o'clock hour, that
that's when we could see that big jump and rise
horrible.
as all of that energy catches up and comes to the islands. And this is going to be wraparound energy across the entire island chain that we're seeing, but starting at 7:10 over Honolay this evening. And it's important to note, even though some areas may not see a whole lot of run-up or coastal flooding, it is going to be very unpredictable with the strong currents. And this has been a concern with a lot of our tsunamis in the past. Strong rip
Look at your
currents
screens.
and the strong currents that will come. So that's why it's important to leave the beaches, not be near waters, not watch from the shorelines, to be at higher grounds, because there's just too much that's unpredictable in all of this. So tsunami warning is up and running, and that is going to be closing in on that hour as we approach 7:10. Mark and Steph?
That's right, Jen. Thank you so much. And we want to go now live. This is a live look at Honlay Bay on the Garden Isle. And this is where the first tsunami waves will arrive at around 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, that
Hard
is
to
the
believe,
first
isn't
site
it?
of expected activity. We are now less than an hour away after the quake happened around 1:30 our time this afternoon. We are anticipating an update from state and county emergency officials at any moment now. When that happens, we'll be going out to it live, but the first wave is expected to arrive 7:10. Honolay is that first location where we could be seeing any type of activity. So as we're keeping a very close eye on this, we have crews at the Emergency Operations Center. We have a crew
Look
on
at
Maui,
the-
Dylan Ancheta
look
was
at
there,
the
we just heard from him,
coastline.
And also we have a crew en route to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center right now, expecting a new update very shortly.
And of course, our First Alert weather team is also standing by with the very latest. And we want to go now to our Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for more insight.
All right, good evening, Steph. Good evening, Mark. Of course, we've been tracking this throughout the entirety of the afternoon. The earthquake happened at around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time. One of the things, of course, we've been talking about is just absolutely how strong this earthquake is. This is an 8.8, upgraded from an 8.7, which was originally estimated to be around an 8.0. Of course, we don't typically see an 8 in terms of the Richter scale about once a year. We're nearly at that 8-point or that 9-point scale, where we see one of those about roughly one every 10 years. We've been showing this graph a lot today. This is just the overall caliber of the earthquakes, and of course this is on a fault line that's very active just off of Russia. Ben and I have been talking about this since last week. Ben, you were here in the studio covering a tsunami watch for the island chain for a magnitude 7.5 earthquake, which is an energy equivalent to about 1 billion pounds of TNT or explosive, but this one nearly 1 trillion pounds of TNT. And Ben, what was it like when we had that watch initially and it was taken down about a week ago?
It was there was obviously some concern because during the watch, this is the period of time when officials, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the geophysicists, the seismologists are looking at
Lori,
all
what's
the
your
data
deal?
and trying to determine if a tsunami has.
What are you
indeed
mad
been
about,
generated.
Lori?
The watch basically means that
Lori's
it's a
the new
heads up. You're
Karen.
supposed to take basically, be aware that an earthquake has occurred and a tsunami may have been generated, and then be on the alert for a tsunami advisory, which would tell us that a tsunami is coming, but it won't be destructive, or a tsunami warning, where a destructive tsunami could be possible. We've been talking about, even the officials have been saying, we don't know how big the waves are going to be. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, as Jennifer has been talking about, or Japan, parts of Russia, some of them have been up to maybe 20 feet or thereabouts, 15 feet. It depends on where you are. Some of the data that we've been looking at have been indicating that we might get a tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data. When you look at the globe, we're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here, or over here, that tells us exactly how
so
big
we've got
a
Maui
wave is going to be, how big a tsunami is. We've got
down
all
here
the
on the left.
We've got all the dark buoys
Left
that are
bottom
right
side of your
along the
screen.
coastline, so that'll give us the initial indication.
I'd
but
be panicking
then
too.
when you get to
Scary.
the actual in the middle of the ocean, we have to guess, basically.
We're kind of in a just kind of a waiting period right now. Again, we've been reporting all afternoon and all evening that we're waiting to see the data from the Midway Atoll. That's typically our first chance to see the size of a tsunami when it comes from the northwest or comes from the west, like we've seen in 2011 with Japan. We have to wait to see how it propagates across the Pacific Ocean. And we're about at that time where we're expecting to get that data soon. And as soon as we hear from the Midway buoys, we will
Lindsay, it's almost like they're blaming Oprah like she's the fall guy. I'm with you, Lindsay. I got my tinfoil hat on for show.
For the Honlay arrival of the tsunami.
She has to do it. Think about it that way. She has to do certain things.
It's not going to be exact, but we're going to be around that time, 7:17 for Oahu, and then continuing down the island chain within the next 20-ish minutes. So again, we've got a lot to watch over the next hour or so, and we still have time. You still have time to prepare. You still have time to go upstairs. Make sure to grab important documents, grab water, non-perishables in case you're stuck for a while. And of course, make sure to take care of your family first and make sure they are aware of the threat.
The other thing to remember is that even though we might not know the size of the wave, again, and just reiterating, this is not a surf wave. This is an entire column of water that goes from the ocean surface down to the bottom of the ocean. And as that ocean bottom starts to get higher and higher, as it gets closer to land, that energy is going to be going up into the, basically, going upward and spreading out. And so we could still see some very strong currents even if the wave is not there. Right now, we got a live press conference to take to you.
They should have done something about Oprah when she didn't let the people out during the fires.
Aloha. I'm going to give another quick update here. As everyone has heard several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was
this is our press
in total from peak to trough, okay, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points.
Wait, what did he say?
As I said,
how big?
At Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island, and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French Frigate Shoals at 6:33 p.m. we expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report. As to the evacuation, that should be maintained absolutely beyond the waves hit on our island shores. We will only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of the tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Black Hawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm. Remember, at 6:40, that's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauai, and that will be the last alarm you'll have. But we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Logan.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor.
This sounds really serious.
So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured, as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines, that can do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist operations to rescue folks and take them to a hospital care facility or a point of care. I want to reiterate something that Governor Green said is we're not out of the woods yet. We're collecting data as the wave or the energy passes through some of the other islands. We're in constant contact with all of our partners either on the mainland or within here, our state of Hawaii, the greater part of the Department of Defense, and also transmitting data to our National Guard headquarters on the mainland. So I ask everybody to remain vigilant, take this seriously, and wait until you get the all-clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA, so we're on several calls so far. FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
Can you talk about what it means, what a 6-foot wave kind of means? Like, can you give some type of, reference point for people as to what that's going to look like?
So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day in 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year, we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960, took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island, it should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? They, at least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time?
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut-off, electricity.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
Lei'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward? Mike Hite.
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate, we're going to leave it to the science, and the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well-versed and well-experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors, and we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours, so it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out through a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
When you talk about a 3-foot wave, how does that compare to the ones that caused the great damage in Hilo? And also, how certain are you about that measurement? Can people look at it and rely on that when they look at, say, a tsunami map? Is there any reason for people to go beyond what the tsunami maps tell them about where they should evacuate?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, and the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, you know, the wave in 1960 when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot, and then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out perhaps on social media. We'll come back out again repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40, and then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around if it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. The impact is at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport, highways, or harbors.
Why do these guys already look like they haven't slept for a week?
We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those, because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having, so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions, and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan, and we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery, or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in 1 moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
And that was just really good information provided by the governor there and officials about the first measurements that they got from Midway Atoll, the wave measuring 6 feet, but across the ocean.
Oh my God,
3
I've been
feet.
muted.
And, they say that it doesn't sound as large. However, do not be mistaken, because these are tsunami waves, different from a surf wave. They push inland and they also wrap around the island.
Yeah, and emergency officials repeated, several times that, it's impossible to predict. Whatever happens in one location is not an indicator of
their whole overall tone is what's kind of freaking me out. Oh, here it comes.
That alarm, that is the final alarm that the state is going to issue, signaling that we are just 30 minutes away.
He said if we don't come back.
The arrival of the first tsunami waves that will arrive in Honlay on the Garden Isle, on the island of Kauai.
And Governor Green also said that this will be the last siren.
This will be the last
so the 6:40 siren that just went off right now, we'll be having more updates from emergency officials. But in the meantime, we do want to go
I feel
back
like this is a test.
to our first alert weather team, kind of breaking down what Governor Green was talking about, because this is really the first time that we've gotten some real data in regard to impact on this. So let's send it over to Ben Gutierrez at the First
I need to
Alert
hear
Weather
him say
Center.
that.
Ben, how do we
I couldn't stand that guy during the fires. Hold on.
Expect to be safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves. Should have more data, but if we pause now, and expect in 1 moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations.
The fuck? And Melissa, I don't like that.
Back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get.
If we don't come back, stay safe. They don't plan on coming back.
We pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
He has no frickin' plan on coming back.
That was just.
He has no plans on coming back to that podium.
said in terms of measurements?
Well, he's been talking about trough to crest, and of course, that is at the buoy over at Midway Atoll, which is.
You know how many? What about all of them that have been
and it is actually
called off? That was weird too, right?
Just a second, because we've been working on trying to get some of the data to you. We're looking at. Hang on just a second. I'm just going to erase the satellite imagery. Honolulu is there, you can see that. And then we're going to try and put at least some kind of indicator as to where the Midway is approximately.
Come on, dude.
Put it right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that
Jesus.
passes. Yeah. So
what?
Let's see. Hang on just a second. We're just gonna zoom out a little bit.
What's going on here?
The labels real quick. Again,
What the
Midway
hell?
Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf. Really, that's right offshore.
Did he lose his script or what?
Really quickly, the Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop off into Pacific water, and
If you can come back to the Weather Center for just a second, because I think what we can do is show you a little bit. So here we have the map of the islands, and then farther off in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Drew, if you can like zoom out, we're talking about Midway Atoll, which is one of these islands here. And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that may be about 3 feet tall. That is in the open ocean because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you a little bit of what we call the bathygraphy, which is like the opposite of topography, which is what
Okay,
you
just
see on
show
that.
it.
Bathymetry, rather.
Why
is
are you
what
so
we have.
nervous?
So if you look at areas like Honlay Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see like right here at Honlay Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we began a contraflow to traffic to send everything Mocha. So any one-way streets headed Mackay, you can get on there and head Mocha. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, I have Transportation Services, give you a little bit more detail, but we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way, okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, okay, tell them they've got to be very careful because we can't have the lights. I don't know how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful, but you can go out on a one-way street and head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders if they're giving you directions. Definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't need to call 911, don't. Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency.
It's supposed to happen in like
stay off
20
the 911
minutes.
system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately because that's where we're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
You can see the sand getting pulled back. See that?
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the number one message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundation zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival, and that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day.
Hey, Kelly.
But we've had, it seems like an excessive amount of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Wailua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the other said
Japan.
as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful.
It's almost sunset in Hawaii.
Ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful. Again, heed the warnings. Get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the
Lisa,
zone.
I didn't even think about the
which is also my
zoo.
department, has been very busy since about
Hopefully they had
4 o'clock
plans in
today.
place.
They've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of
Thank you, Three
evacuations
Sides.
to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring over the next few hours. Thank you. Yeah.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict.
Nice.
But
Oprah's
we know one thing
road
for certain.
is open.
If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information.
There's a
Don't be
person in this
deceived by
footage.
all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. And I promise you, we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night. Because just so you know, I've been through this before. The wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauai, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get an all clear for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011,
he's
that's
gone
exactly
now.
what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour, and we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. So it turned out we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that was supposed to hit us till 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can.
Thank you for letting me know.
To
Jesus.
help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park like on Atlas and
Yeah.
mountain
Look at that beautiful sunset.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for a timeline, but a lot of them will see that initial wave and then say, okay, we're good. So what do you tell them? They want to get home, but they're still in the car.
Well, I think that they want to go to H&L Alert, and we'll be talking to people at that. If all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television, maybe they have some kind of reception there or to any of the station's websites, but stick with accurate information. And we'll keep you folks advised, too, as to what people should do. We're going to just, Lynn, in this situation, we cannot over-communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing, and that's what we've been encouraging. People didn't come down from the mountain until after sunrise. A lot of people stayed up there. You want to stay until you get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down, because as I said earlier, that last time on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal.
It is what it is,
watching what
Lindsay.
was going
It's all
on.
the same footage.
So while I choose not to think about the worst happening, at this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can.
Me
in
too,
the spirit
Nana,
of saving
because you know
people's
what? That
lives.
is like a
So
postcard right
information
there.
is very, very important. Okay, we don't know what we're dealing with right now. Within minutes, we probably will, and we'll go from there, and we'll keep you posted. If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells you to leave. Yes, ma'am.
There you go. The big
Well, we're gonna
picture
have to
is
see what
Japan.
the extent of it is. I think, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. We're going to be on full alert. I mean, we're going to try to do everything we possibly can. And you heard the governor say the same thing with all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We
Wow.
will do everything we have with the
Look at the
available
ripples in the
resources we
water.
have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I
Mhm.
can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes.
I
Yeah,
get it.
I'll
I
bring up
just,
Jim Allen as far as
it's all the
tools.
same.
Thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard, Coast Guard, or the fire department, be able to do rescues where ground vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else?
Mayor, so Dr. Arlen said that they can't send their ambulance crews into the zone right now. Is that the same with HPD and with HFD just because of the danger to those assets?
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne?
Yes.
Our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that.
Thanks,
but what I
Tess,
will
for
tell
being
you
here.
is that our officers are highly dedicated, and as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early.
You can really see
They're
the
not
ripples,
actually even
though, in
supposed
that.
to start until 9 o'clock, but all
With
of
the
them came in
sunset.
early. So we have way more than 100% working right now, and that just goes to show their commitment. I have full pride that they're all in, working really hard. All of our support units are in. we'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe. And I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe.
We're 10 minutes away from the first wave.
We'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
Yes, just an update on some of the highways. Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay-bound, ocean-bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean-bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are three that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big responsibility, and we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll bring you back down for the next update.
And now this is a live look at Honlay, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive.
The same footage as me.
At 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Honlay Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after that we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency
tell that to the
call
people
system.
that are...
At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site.
Tell
you're
that
at
to
a
the people that are stuck in
assembly
traffic.
area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Honolay. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains building up underwater. One last quick look at the Kauai evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines.
That's right, Wolf
And
Rider.
the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains, it pushes
Esther.
right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow
Praying
right
for
here. That
your
indicates
brother,
the
Esther.
extreme tsunami evacuation zone, and that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one, but again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Honolay live cam very closely. We were just taking a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Honolay and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run-up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a all the way down to Wailua, even down to Hanamaulu, that area there are some points where it is pretty shallow, where it is pretty flat as far as the landmass, but at the same time, places like Honolay, even Honolay has you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave. And so tsunamis generally you don't just have one, you're going to have a bunch of them. And so there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Honlay up at the top and also West Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland and also on west or make that east Kauai, places like Waialua, also the Kapa'a area,
Man, it's like 5 minutes.
Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Waialua River, for example, is one.
Do you guys see this water
Harbor is
receding? Look
another,
at
where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river, headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because
we're 5
boats
minutes
could be
from
pushed
a
around by
tsunami
these,
hitting
by
Hawaii.
these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure, and that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clocks that we have here in our studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away.
Ashley.
Do not stay there to watch the tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event, and we're no stranger to the power of water here in Hawaii. The river's point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers, and of course the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour. Usually I use this graphic when we talk about flooding from rain, but this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet.
Did you guys just see the Halloween Horror Nights in the smaller screen, or was that just me? Put a 1 in chat if you saw Halloween Horror Nights.
It is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other.
My God.
But Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay's shape. It's incredible of how shallow the waters are, and because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauai, on Oahu, the north and east shore.
Shut up, lady. This is KATU News. Literally, that that
like
commercial
Ben and,
popped up on.
Drew, we're talking about.
That
a lot
was
of
weird.
That's missing over
That's
open
official
water, so
news
the lack of
station.
data that's over the open water. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at
It is.
first
I think
over
it's an
on
ad.
Kauai, and then anywhere
Put
from
your tinfoil hat on.
0.1 to 0.3 a possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour. That energy is going to get caught up, and so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour. And then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at the readings from tonight. So 3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet was observed along the Russian coast. We did see in Japan about 1.3 feet. It was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3. With that Johnston Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way around that marker, but it could be even higher, like we're talking about Hilo and the shape of the bay that could pile up water even more. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour, and Guam ran anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, which translates to 3 to 10 feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a number of tsunamis like we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812, the origin, Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia, and it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. And like we're talking about this evening, the power of water is incredible, and you can see the history is there. Tells a big story. With 1960 magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.8, we did see 3 feet, so the direction of the wave does play a big role in that. And then Japan quake at 9.1. 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully, and the latest information, let's send it back to Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. We are now at 7:10, which is exactly when the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activity. You see some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay. We haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an area, or places like Honlay, the water will recede a lot, and then the tsunami will come back in. But I'm not sure exactly if that way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents.
It makes me
that are
sad,
occurring
Ben George.
as some of the water
I'm
starts
worried
to flow
about
out. But as
sea
far
life.
as the actual wave action, Drew and I have been looking at this, and we just see something that appeared off in the distance, right at the edge of that point, where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be like something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual waterline, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. And so that's, again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer.
Maybe
it just kind of
a
depends
test.
on what this had to travel through, and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. There's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again, speed of a jetliner, but at the moment that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure
Lord.
exactly what is going to be happening if the tsunami, the first wave,
don't know
is going to
what's
be
going
late. But
on.
again, you can see some streaks
Oh, man.
on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water
coming back
flowing
in
into
now.
the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for
Ben's
Kauai,
good.
that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. Again, this is a very active scene where we're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right, and I mean, taking us back now
They don't
to
know what to
2011,
say.
Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1
I remember.
magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it on camera, you can definitely tell that that is a tsunami wave. You talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching Hilo Bay, and you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any changes there. And again, once again, off in the distance, that sunbeam that you were pointing to, you're also noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. And thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Honlay right now. This is a live stream overlooking Honlay Bay with the expected arrival of the first activity of the tsunami generated by the 8.8 quake. We're looking at this. Our First Alert Weather team is monitoring this shot very closely. Literally an unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close attention to what we're seeing here with the conditions.
And again, the water here has to wrap around since Honlay Bay is on the northern portions of the island. It's coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First, it hits the Nepali coast and then starts to move into Honlay Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kauai. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, talk about the impact of, I know this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. Drew had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes a whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006.
We're waiting for a tsunami
might have been,
to
I might have to check
Hawaii.
on the date there, but
we're
the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia.
However,
and
we're still waiting.
On Christmas Eve of that year.
And the
right
water
now,
looks weird there.
Honolulu not really showing anything, but then again, 7:10 was an estimated
the
arrival.
Horizon looks
there was
scary.
a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival, but then again, remember,
and it
is not just the first one.
7:17, which is when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning, and we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels. going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here on Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to evacuate is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean.
Is under an alert.
Residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye. Live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now. 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter, so to speak, when something like this, the first area of focus is Honlay Bay on Kauai. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well, as we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Wiki Ki, where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here. And you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline, and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots.
Yeah, it's
since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here, so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia, and giving us that 6-hour window to get here. We are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy.
Do you guys see that?
But, it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we're talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself, historically.
Yeah, you can see the waves are going in different directions. Like some of them are going towards the shore, some of them are going sideways, some are being pulled back at times.
The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this shot, this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Honlay Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore.
Camera
off at the point.
artifact.
But we are still seeing some currents that, that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the
look at
possibility
this one
that
now.
maybe the first wave, not so big, but
It's
again,
receding,
it's a
all
series of
uneven.
waves. We had in 2011,
Make me one too, Flo,
huge
please.
waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive. And that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit
It's almost like you
Oahu.
can
And
see it change
we're
direction
not
if you
in
watch
the clear
close.
yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true. It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the port.
See the suction.
Let's send
Look
it
at
over
this.
to Mahale with some of the images you've captured.
Holy crap.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment because we're
You can
all
almost
keeping
see the
an eye
suction in
on
this.
our ports. But I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from
Watch
the
it when it goes
Kaka'ako
back out.
high-rise. And it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Honlay Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing, and so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben
it's
Gutierrez
definitely getting sucked out.
What is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach if you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around.
Really, Ministry?
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. You know, this is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. And as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Honolay cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Honolay Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Honolay emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui, and this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know,
kind of weird, huh?
Watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them, because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it.
It does, towards the left,
nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point.
Is
but
that a
it
wave
does seem
breaking
like
on the
stronger
left?
Currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall, and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean.
That water is
right
churning.
now.
How is that normal?
That we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving rather, some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7 foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway,
did he just say we can't tell you?
That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dart buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean.
I'm just going to call you Reels.
I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is Dart 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are.
I'm going to zoom in, so don't freak out.
Just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest to the earthquake itself. So that one recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to the some of the wave heights. There's about 1.1 feet in Japan, 2 other dart buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4, 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was
you,
the
Marty.
one in Guam at 6:57. Ben, do you see any data generated?
There we go.
At that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam?
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
And see if I can look it up.
Of course you don't.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12.
Stacy,
or
what's up
Max
with
2
that?
real quick.
We haven't
You can
been
see
able to
this
share
very
with
clearly.
you?
This is over
Crazy.
the last, it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level was going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up. You've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very
This is
calm on
really
camera,
weird.
But again, Ben and I have been talking about how
I feel like
Hawaii
everybody
is kind of in
doesn't
a
know
very
what's going to
unique
happen. Like,
circumstance
this is
when
the
it comes
first.
to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy, jump up, jump down, jump up. And again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one wave.
Is that an indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing a much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water. As the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom, the buoy goes down. And so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet. If you let's bring up Max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between two to just below
Meanwhile,
-1
it's
feet
lightning
below
here.
the average. Very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said it's measured at 6 foot at the buoy. What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean surface?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number, that is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart here. You've got high tide around 8. And then as you're going into even further, you've got low tide. You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here.
Oh my gosh,
gentlemen,
beans.
if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves, those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely, that's a tsunami.
Scary.
It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated.
our cam is moving
and
now.
basically pushing in. And so the waves, the
I
little
know,
ones you
it's really
see on
pretty.
the beach, just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those are definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to
Tea time.
to where the epicenter of this
Gotta
earthquake
take a break
was.
sometimes.
But right now, as we take another look at the Honlay camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there.
Press conference. Okay.
Coming in at Honlay Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Honlay, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know
Thanks,
it's coming.
Laura.
So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course
It's receding, yeah.
Our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast.
Thank
I
you,
know
Laura,
you've all
for your
evacuated,
super chat.
So continue to stay evacuated.
Appreciate you.
And the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies, but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level.
Oh,
when
man.
waves
Well, that
go
gives
down.
people more time to
Probably
leave.
not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And
Alicia, I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state, because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for probably several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We're just reacting. So,
Well, thank you for not being
of course,
silent,
our center
Laura.
has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we're continuing to
now
send
he's
messages
saying
to
hours.
other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii. And so at this point, we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when
They don't know.
when we could lower the alert level, and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? Because it's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami.
It's almost like it's sucking out like
we
slowly
actually
or
handle
something.
many tsunami events in the Pacific every year because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and
look at the top left,
in the Pacific,
sunset.
The waves get focused and defocused in
let me
different
find
ways.
a Japan.
That's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
I know you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase. But can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific, and they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges, and so we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
And when will you update us again?
They don't know.
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are consistent with our model, and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places
Yeah, it's raining.
Dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Honlay Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places. Okay, stay safe, everyone.
God.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Honlay Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding, and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and there were some people in the Honlay area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honlay. It's not just, it's not that big. You know, it's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be, you know, something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, you know, I mean, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, you know, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you are speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to
ever since those balloons went over, I've never heard meteorologists sound so confused.
You can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching.
It's really not that
waves
impressive.
Here,
like they're making
and
it
off in the
sound.
distance, the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And, you know, I mean, the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go.
Paddleboard?
But, you know, in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
basically, you're on your own at this point. So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water, despite
they don't
the
know
fact
what
you've
to
been
say
told
other
not
than
to
evacuate.
do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Haleiwa at the preliminary stages.
They're not changing our
of
view,
this
though.
tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now.
It literally looks like right here. It almost looks like, you know, like under the ocean is being like stopped, and there's like, you know what I mean? Like ripples. I don't know. Maybe I'm being over dramatic because I'm looking for something. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
More unpredictable, and that's why like this gentleman or wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now,
there.
it's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because
Look at the water
Honlay
barely
is
looks like
a
it's
place
moving.
that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that
Look
along
at
the
it.
north and east shores of the western end of the
It's like
state.
crisscrossing.
And along the north shores of Maui County.
You see
and
that?
then along Hilo,
Holy
there
shit.
historically have seen big.
Do you guys see that? There's like
tsunamis that have impacted
the water
them.
is going
So
side
it
to
does take
side.
time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now.
No
We
one's
have to be
buffering. If you're
patient
buffering, leave and come back.
until we get that all clear.
No,
and
it's
stay out of the
not.
water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though.
It's
just
not
about the middle
froze,
of the
y'all.
screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from
Look.
left to right.
See?
That is water leaving. That's what it looks
It's
like,
moving
water
left to
leaving.
right.
You can see the waves that are rippling
big
just
one.
behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves
It's
that are
not
flowing
frozen.
over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I could see it.
Yeah.
You see that
Yeah.
receding a
Yeah,
little
it's-
bit more now.
It's
If we
not
had
frozen, dude. It's not
side-by-side
barely
picture of what we
moving.
were
It's moving
witnessing
side
an
to
hour
side.
Before this, definitely looked very, calm with just the ripples of the waves coming into the shore. But now you can definitely see changes in the water.
Yeah, especially since I'm not familiar with Honlay Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weathercasts, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed there. Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was, or where they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding. Were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really
Don't
hard
know.
to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now.
I don't know. That's
and,
on them
the
now,
water
brother.
is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there.
Look
and
at
so you
that.
see the waves
It's
just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Honlay
man,
Bay,
this ain't
the
good.
sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't think there's any buoys there. The one that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I
but-
do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
And
But yes.
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Honolay Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Right, all of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Honlay Bay at 7:10.
Upper left is
so
Maui.
These changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean, and the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across at open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding and now saying that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now.
What?
Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Honlay Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But, I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Honlay Bay. So
look at the heart on the beach.
Pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Honlay Bay.
Yeah, Crimson.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before
Hey,
this.
at least that camera's
it looks
got
like
night vision.
there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this, but the waves will start hitting places like Wiki Ki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kahului. Dylan and Chetta is up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago where the water was going out and receding out of Honlay Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an
Pretty
event like
bird.
this?
Hard to say.
I don't know.
Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know,
This
if there
is
was a lot of
wild.
shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the
What's that
successive
flashing
waves
out there?
that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami.
Did you see that
I mean,
flashing?
that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly the power and the force of that rushing water.
The
and
surge
that
coming
is
in.
what
See it back
caused
there?
all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't
No,
able
it's
to
like a little
leave in
dot
time.
that's flashing.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to
It's
leave
not
when
a
they
plane,
can.
it's
the
on the
Coast Guard's saying
ground, guys.
evacuate, take your vessels out
Just
to
to
open
the
water
right of
at
that
least
mountain.
300 feet deep, so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is. And we
Oh, a
have been
lighthouse,
repeating
maybe?
it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down
They
to the
keep
bottom.
saying
And so you're gonna
energy,
get
and it makes
strong
it
currents,
sound more
as,
powerful
again,
and
it gets into
unpredictable.
shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you could illustrate it more, Jen, I mean, if you could talk about the power of these waves, I mean, the governor said it as well. well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the forward motion.
I guess
in all
they're
of this.
buoys with
and
lights.
It was
I
moving
don't
at
know.
once speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour. But it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening
she
as
doing?
it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy.
banging
It's
her
not like
papers
one
on the
side of the
desk?
island is protected and the other side is
Hell
not.
are they doing back
This
there?
is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around, and then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times, and I do think they did a great job with the arrival
these
times with
news
this one,
people.
because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what
Hawaii?
a hurricane can do. We can. We're
It's
starting to
Hawaii
get pretty
news
good
now.
at predicting where it's
They're
going to go.
not on the screen, they're just
But the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is,
Your
that
comments
is still
are
pretty much up to the
cracking me
hurricane,
up.
what Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunami is happening
Oh.
here, where we
Let me
have been
move this
able
up.
to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be
What are
prepared
they
for.
doing?
If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know what to do better next time.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared, and in that we have our crews
For
spread
next
out all
time.
across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now.
Can you slow down and
Oahu's North Shore. This, I believe, is the Honlay Bay area where
There's
the
our lights
waters
that we were
told,
seeing.
seem
Look.
to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of
Thank you,
course.
Summer Girl.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, you can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. Here's that shot right now, as you know, we're just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Honolay. This was happening in Honlay Bay as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline.
I'm sorry you're feeling
here,
anxious, Summer.
Keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So, this back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
Stop it right now.
It seems calm as far as you can see.
You can't see
from looking at
shit.
it right now. I mean, you can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah,
Better
but
Jen.
the water has receded. It looks like a lot of like wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen. And so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Wiki Ki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well, Ben and Jen.
Yeah, there's that area
Ben
to
and Jen.
the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist-high water. And so the run-up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRussy side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run-up, and also maybe it's either a run-up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there
you're
was
not
a run-up.
alone.
So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. And so if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more again could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Honolay cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here that provides a much more different view of Honolay, gives you that look at the coastline.
Yeah,
because
and
there's a
while we're
negative camera there.
taking a look at this, we just did get word
It's
from
8:02
state
p.m.
officials
there.
that the next press conference to give us an update on what they are seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So of course we'll bring that to you live
18
as it
minutes.
comes. But as far as I can see here, it's really hard to make
Press
out
conference in
any,
18 minutes.
movements in the water, just the squall in the background, of course.
Yes, with
coming
some of the
down.
passing showers and the trade winds, and we do
just
have
got another
a few
warning,
swells
Leo?
moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf, and it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that could give us an idea of what these initial waves have been doing. But we are seeing a lot of run up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents. The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping for. All of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle
Thank
of
you
this
so
live
much,
shot a little bit
Leo.
earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe mud washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier
Is the
Honlay
heart still
Bay
there?
cam. But probably a
Thank you
combination
so
of a
much,
little bit of
Leo.
rain, but also
Take a deep
the
breath.
fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain. And so we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island, maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better
Wow,
as we
that
get to,
looks
say,
really
for
pretty.
example,
Look at
Coconut
that.
Island.
It's
This
almost
is the
a
shot
rainbow
now.
right there.
The
Do you
water
guys see
is
that?
very calm there.
Holy
but
crap.
when you
That
look
was
at the bridge
beautiful.
that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over at Nawiliwili over on Kauai. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Honolay, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Nawiliwili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now, and again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Honolay so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see
I don't think
receding
they do
now
either,
without light. It'll be
911. I don't
harder
think
to,
they have a clue.
Analyze. It'll be harder to really take a
To
look
be
at.
honest.
But this is proof that we are seeing
I think
some
they're
of the
confused.
impacts,
They
at
thought
least from
this
the
was
buoy
going to hit
readings
an
that
hour
we have so
ago.
far.
All right,
And
guys,
I just
we
got a
Oh.
text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service.
Text
and he
message.
said the latest tsunami warning siren bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa.
Thanks
that
for
looked
the
like
likes.
Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it, based off of the measurements that are coming in, what can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the
See, like, why did we just get an Adobe commercial?
It kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Honlay Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay,
Tell me you saw
is
that.
shallower, and possibly, but you know, you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But, you know, those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water.
Can't see anything there now.
Coming in. Basically, that spells trouble, you know. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline, even for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy. But basically, what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, where it's shallower, you know, after it gets past. You know, the deeper water, and you start hitting that area. Even Hanamo Bay could also see some higher water because of, you get the reef, it's a little bit deeper there, and then it hits the reef, and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first predicted waves arrived at Honlay Bay as we take this live look, and we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20.
10 minutes.
Until then, I guess Ben,
I know,
Drew, and
thank
Jen,
God he shut up.
What kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in the, like you mentioned, we're in the
Loch
thick
Ness
of it,
Monster is
and
gonna
we
come
are
out.
watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger.
We need
changes in
Nessie
the sea level
t-shirts.
right out there. Again, we took a look at the Na Wili Wili buoy
And a
just a
ledge
little while ago,
light
and the
out.
Honolulu buoy. So we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m. So it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Honolulu pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the
I don't
piers,
know. This
crashing
is
into each
wild.
other, those sorts of
I
things.
think we
And
just
so
saw
that
a
is still
helicopter, right?
danger. And you definitely don't want to be caught in
Oh,
that
wait,
particular
where did-
energy because,
That
you
was
know, if
weird.
you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you know, you get caught in it.
See?
This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents.
supposed to be
Basically,
a
it's stirring up of the
meteorologist.
water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all kapakai at the moment, you know, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which
Okay,
way. And
dude.
so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming
energy,
in through the
y'all.
rivers. And so just stay a good distance. We're seeing about 100 feet just in case. But that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Honolulu cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We could see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to.
They got the gift of gab.
Na Wili Wili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide. High tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that. But I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Na Wili Wili. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17
Not many
PM,
live
we haven't
cams
seen
that
a
are
large wave come in yet that's really impacted.
actually
but we have
live.
seen receding in Honolulu. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Honolly Boat Harbor.
Here's
Obviously,
another
not
one.
If you live in
go there right
Canada,
now,
let me know
but,
if you.
you know, we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out into the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way, and he was talking
Whatever
about
the name
how
of it
some
is,
of the other
it
vessel
sounded like
owners
willy-nilly.
are heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess. Kind of like being in a washing machine in a way. But that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again. And that's what we've been also seeing in Honlay Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me we had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4.
I am up way too late.
Waiting to hear any.
I don't know what the hell.
Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so. I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable.
Good, Leo.
And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Look at him back there eating his sandwich.
Scared. This out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really
a little bit, Jenda, but I won't fall asleep.
Bound to happen.
Like Snoozy Poon.
It doesn't. Praying a lot for.
I may laugh a little more than normal. Look at him eating that sandwich.
Especially those who live close, right next to the beach, which I do. So.
And I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go, or, are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to.
And there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got
That's
this
Joe.
warning, so you need to leave Kihei now
We
because
love
there's only
Joe.
2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more time, but we're just, it's like we're winging it. It's not.
The women made Joe leave. He's like, all right, whatever. Come on up to the mic, Joe.
Maria, you just came from inside the shelter. How many people are in there right now? And kind of set the scene for us.
There's probably about 50 of them. Yeah, yes. I was like, let's go, because, you know, I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It has AC, and at least we get bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
And Joe, I want to ask you, you know, how are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling, especially when you go out, like, oh, the tsunami coming, you gotta go get this and go get this and go get this. At the end I came out, I forgot the spam and the toilet paper.
Uh-oh.
That's the first thing I told my friend. I said, hey, you need toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
You know, we were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Food Line, which is like a 5-minute drive.
I like
picked
Joe.
up whatever we could grab, and everything
got her
was
at
pretty much
work.
sold out, deli and all that. So we grabbed a little
Joe's
bit of
the new
sushi
Al.
sandwich, and that was all we could get. And it took us an hour and a half from there to get back to the center that I work at. 5-minute drive. Took us an hour and a half, and just to go and get my car and then head over here. So we didn't get much.
That is a wild drive time. And lastly, Mary, I want to ask you, I mean, you mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
Prepared with everything in the trailer right now, that my personal belongings are my clothes, my ice box, but my brand new freezer that I brought 3 weeks ago. It's gonna take a loss because it's in the garage back home. And that's about it. Other than that, beddings, everything, the whole trailer. And my brothers and my family, my sisters and my brothers are happy that I invested in this. And you know, it's the biggest place to park it right now is at Popohaku. And yeah, prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
He's still eating that, Sammy.
I'm so grateful and glad for all the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us informed and aware of what's going on.
Absolutely, and that is the latest from the people here on the Valley
Joe.
Isle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled.
Joe's
so
got
to
his
speak,
fanny
but
pack
the
and
people of
everything.
Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other, and we are here once again at the Wailuku
No, they
Community
don't
Center,
seem
which
worried.
is one of the shelters here tonight.
Uh-oh.
And now I understand we
just
have a
glitched
press
out.
conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
Press conference time.
Dylan and Cheto for reporting for us live on Maui, but unfortunately we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This would be a live news conference, an update from Haima. Governor
What's wrong
Josh
with the
Green
signal?
and state emergency officials will be briefing
This
us
is
on
getting
the latest
weirder
of
and
the
weirder.
situation. We are still rolling on the news conference, although we may not be taking it live right now. We will be bringing it to you in its entirety when we do get that up and running. In the meantime, let's give you a shot from our live cam overlooking Wiki Ki right now.
What is going on back there?
One of the only shots as we're scrolling through our Rolodex of live cams that still has lighting and can give us some real-time context on what is happening with this tsunami event right now. Something that is happening during this time, you take a very close look at what is happening with the water line and the activity there and how it's going back and forth.
And we want to go live now to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins,
we
who
want
has the
the
latest
press
initial
conference.
readings that just came in. Jen, what can you tell us?
We are looking at the initial readings, so this is probably something that they're going to go over in the press conference. Haleiwa, 4 feet in amplitude per 12 minutes. Honolay was 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Midway, as we got that initial reading, 3 feet with lots of force behind it. I just want to take a closer look at what this means and what this data actually means. So when we're talking about amplitude, it's measured relative to normal sea level. So it is not crest to trough wave. And that's what we're seeing with these initial readings here. And the period of time is in minutes for one wave to the next.
Presser,
so
dude?
That's what we're seeing. So we're certainly seeing lots of energy move around the islands, and that's why we are under a tsunami warning. Now, for
rock and sand, that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean.
Then.
So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
It's over.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours.
Are you kidding
that
me?
we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean.
What?
So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
They're all confused.
At this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Surge.
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters in some cases to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Mahalo, Governor. Up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
So when the all clear comes through, would that mean that the water is back to normal and no longer receded? I guess what are the clear indicator that it's all completed?
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk. Because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today, but that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having
benders.
A serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa parking lot or anything like that, right?
Where'd it go?
So far, we haven't had waves that inundated anything significant.
So
what are we worried about next?
The question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, and they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit, 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials. Not an all clear given just yet, but we can say this, as opposed to about an hour and a half ago, certainly you can detect an air of optimism in the remarks, talking about the discussion of an all clear as we are tracking activity with this tsunami warning event.
That's right, just as you all at home have been watching with us and seeing the changes in our live shots at Honlay, Ka'anapali, Wiki Ki, and Haleiwa, just as Governor Green said. Everybody witnessed those changes. There was activity in the water, and on the positive side, they noticed that it was on the smaller side. However, as you mentioned, Mark, and as just officials stress, it does not mean that we are in the clear just yet. Of course, we're waiting for another series of waves and data to come in.
Yeah, we're still in the window right now. Forecasters are continuing to keep a close eye on the movement. Something that was said repeatedly in this news conference just now is that,
Jeez, oh Pete's. All that. I mean, not to say they're in the clear, but my goodness. All that energy in the water. I hope everyone's going to be okay. And you know what? I'm actually relieved. But it's wild, right? That they had these initial readings. Listen.
For 12 minutes. So that's with the wave energy that we're seeing. Honolay, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Initial readings that we saw over in Midway at 3 feet with lots of force behind it. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of coastal flooding, but we are seeing a lot of energy over the waters and lots of movement as well. So the movement that we'll continue to see at night, you could actually see this was the initial readings, anywhere from 0.2 or 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So that would be just about a foot or so. And then 1 to 2 meters up to like more than 3 feet, just about a foot or two.
Listen.
Or 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So that would be just about a foot or so. And then 1.
They are the weirdest news station.
And just to take a closer look, the time of the measurement is what we're seeing. Amplitude, tsunami amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So it's.
This is what's weird is the thing she just showed right here. If you look right here, they said Midway, the initial reading, Midway 3 feet with lots of force behind it. Where did the force go? Where'd that force go? I mean, that's energy, right? I don't understand this fully, but dang, I mean, they were like, be safe, get out, da-da-da-da-da. We've got the army on backup and all this other stuff. Well, Amber Riot, I am really glad that it lessened. Wow. LAPD helicopter used a loudspeaker to ask everyone to move to higher ground due to possible tsunami wave at 1 a.m. Pacific. Mother Nature has her own agenda, I guess. So. I know. I hope not either, Bayou. It may have split and sent force north and south after Midway. Definitely better safe than sorry, but. Well, Casper, I hope not. That's scary. All right, y'all. I think I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for sticking around. I'm glad that everybody is okay. And hunker down, stay safe. No, they're going to give an all clear at 11 Pacific. They're going to have another press conference and let everybody know. I couldn't find any footage current of Japan. I looked. It was all like old footage. Thank you guys for being here and staying up with me and hanging out. I'm just glad that we didn't have devastation, man. That could have been bad. Pretty Bird, I think it's up by Alaska, and I think that's an active area from what I was told. Good night, Cramit. Good night, Sophia. Good night, Leo. I think you're going to be okay, Leo. Take a deep breath. Try to get some rest. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's see how many new cooters we got tonight. Let's see. Let's see. Chaz and Karma is a cat. Good night, Nana. Good night. Look at the new cute cooters. She did. Leo did great. That's nerve-wracking. So I'm glad we could be here for you. Trina, it looks like nada. They're just waiting to give the all clear. Giving it an hour or two. Can't explain it. Tonight, I'm not even going to ask you to put your tinfoil hats in the bin. Because I think you should leave them on. They probably had more fender benders than anything tonight, right? But hey. Well, good morning, Potato. You missed it. We had a tsunami warning on Hawaii, and now we don't. I mean, we still do, but hey. Thank you guys all for your support tonight. I'll see you guys later. Good night. Good morning, Potato. Tatey Chip, thank you for 6 months. Thank you guys all for your support tonight. Really, I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Would you hear that my chair? Listen. I can't do it again. My chair had a BJ moment. Yeah, the earthquake started in no other than Russia, Potato. All right, good night. Put a colander on your head. Oh my God. I need a picture of that one.